Something happened, I guess. What's my audio? Is fine. Okay. So I'm starting a little bit early. But nobody will miss anything. Least of all me, right? Is that what you're thinking? Nobody's going to miss me. All right. Let's see where we are. Good afternoon to everybody. Of course, things are taking longer. So just simply trying to keep the British end up, We have a new number. It's a pretty big number, by the way. It's big enough that the boo birds, whoever they are, who are saying, oh, it's just some guy writing down numbers. Well, okay. It's not meant, this isn't meant to be a, PwC audited number. It's just giving us an idea of how strong you are. This is where we are with Railtown. We have 10 million shares, 10.6 million shares. That is a lot of shares of Railtown, a lot of shares. 7.6% of the company, very powerful. And we're getting closer and closer to 200 participants. It's very good, guys, very good. If I were still working at Morgan Stanley, I'd be, wow, let's open a new book. I'd love it. I'm not feeling 100% well, so if I have to get up briefly, I'll let you know for painkiller or just for the side effects. But I'm all right. I'm not complaining. I'm very grateful to be here. Grateful to be have an opportunity. Okay, I'm just trying to get the quotes. Sorry, I told you I came on a little early. Okay, let's see if we can give you some quotes. All right, across the board. Now this is the problem, that attorneys don't have it in their head to worry about. And that's all right. I think for the long run, they are definitely doing what's right for sorry for that noise. Darn it. Doing what's right for shareholders, probably the company. That's how they get it lined up. Probably more for the company than shareholders. Should be the same thing, but it isn't quite. But anyway, I'm sure the delay is all good. But because of the delay, the shorting continues. And there's nothing, let me make it clear, there is nothing that the shorts know that's correct. They don't have any information on bad news. They don't have any information that AI 2.0 is going to disappear. They don't know anything. This is just something they do relentlessly, which is why I get so frustrated with just how gentlemanly boards are, and everyone's all a gentleman while they're getting stolen from. But hey, what do you expect for nothing? Rubber biscuits? Okay, quotes. To be or not to be. You want to hear another one? Quotes, Railtown is down 3 cents at 53.11. GME up 22 cents. Rush, race, run. Pay twice as what the stock is worth. Why you guys hold on to that? It's simple man, simple dreams. But you do. You're going to hang on to that until it goes to $10. Finger down 3 cents at 151. Mountain is down 17 cents at 1407. Nergviv, Energy Vault is down 2 cents at 105. What I noticed with these stocks, they go green in the morning and then they come down. What you have to understand, there's several ways people make money with the criminal intent. One of them, if you're buying, I mean, in the example of Mountain, what's the volume today? It's very low, 22,000 shares. But if someone were able to sell 10,000 shares at the high, I'm just going to use, this isn't the high. The high is 1459. Let's call it 1450, just arithmetic. And they're able to buy it back at 14. That's 50 cents on 10,000 shares. That's some squid. They can spread it around amongst girlfriends, car payments. That's all they're trying to do. Some do it just for the day trade. Some do it because they're getting a kickback. Some do it because they're working in collusion with some financing out there. It's not where you want to be with your money. I'm telling you that. If you feel like you have a great entree with, pick some names. Let's not talk about Frank Benedetto. Let's not talk about Ham. Let's not talk about, my opinion, De Niro. Let's just compare it to GME and AMC with Roaring Kitty. If Roaring Kitty can convince you to buy, day traders can short, whether it's a day or longer, and cover, and they love it. But also the CEO loves it because he can get a deal done, and he's been able to build his cash value per share from de minimis to $10 or $11 a share. But it all comes from you. And then the others, everybody gets paid their little bit. Here's some stock. Here's a monthly salary. Everybody gets that. And then the so-called bankers get paid. So-called bankers. Guys, it's just not a field you want to be in. It's not regulated. It's not policed. It's not enforced. The lawyers are in on it. The attorneys are in on it. The attorneys who are in here scrumming with you, most of them just there's money here. They want to get paid. I'm not trying to judge anybody. I'm not trying to say anything personal about anyone. I'm not interested in the fight. I just want to get the hell out of here. Has your car ever broken down in the bad part of town? All you wanted to do was leave. That's all I want to do. Get the hell out of here. Let them argue and bicker amongst themselves. But it's not a place to make money. And you're crazy in my judgment, if you don't take the opportunity to get the heck out of here by hopping on the rail train. Okay, it's noon. Let's start talking about Railtown. Last trade in Railtown. Of course, the criminals want you to think that there's big sellers. The bid is 52.8, 51,000 shares. I have a feeling that was the real bid. Now they have 20,000 at 53. They don't want you to know there's 51,000 before it. And they always have something for sale. Nobody, and I mean nobody, is selling that matters. Nobody. Nobody. The guys that started Railtown 6 years ago and have their money in it, they're not selling. The guys and girls, sorry, English language, women as well, who started AI Partners and have committed their efforts to the extent they bought positions in Railtown, they're not selling. People up in Canada who may have purchased Railtown because they knew Corey Brandolini and Marwan Haddad and Canaccord caused some excitement, or from this research report of a year ago from Capital Research, they're not selling. They're not selling. The only sellers are fake. The only sellers are fake. And they want you to think that I'm unhinged, which, frankly, I probably do a good enough job at that myself. Let's see if there's any other quotes out there. I was told by a well-informed attorney here that you can't trade GTII in the United States. Many of you have told me you have been able to. I personally haven't been able to. So that stock is not trading right now. But the last trade was 16.5. I continue to think, that's probably 2 days ago, I continue to think that's a source of funds. G-Bucks down 4 cents at 112. You know, they're working on that deal. You know, I hear there's 212 million coming in, and that's going to go alongside the app out of Abu Dhabi. Goldman Sachs is pushing it, and then what you're going to find as they meet in San Diego, a new billionaire is coming in. Oh, the volume? Well, 6,000 shares. Billionaires operate very slowly. Anyway, easy to borrow, easy come, easy go. But if you want to keep playing down there, keep believing somehow your relationship, however tenuous, is dear. Guys, I'll show you. If we have time, I'll show you. I almost tried to type it up. I'm not a good artist. But all of these people need you because Wall Street no longer pays them. And now they're coming. My understanding is they're coming after you for some guy, I didn't listen, pre-IPO crap. If you want to lose your money, lose your money. Railtown, you can come in with John Ruffalo, who you just saw yesterday. The guy's good. There's 160 companies they're going to roll up. Get a piece of each one of those. Get the hell out of here. Nixie's up 6 cents, 179. Are you out of your mind? Did I say Finger? I did. Mountain, I said. GME, I said. That sounds like enough, right? We've given enough quotes. Let's go back to Railtown. 53 bid, 54.99 ask. The volume is only, to me, this is a very positive sign. Very positive sign. I wish you guys had the gumption or the wherewithal to add to your positions while it's available. It's not going to be available here under $1 very much longer. But I have the gumption. I just don't have the umption. Or whatever. I don't have the dosh. But I have the umption. And I hope some of you take advantage of it. All right. Let's start where I want to start. Hang on a minute. Let me make sure. Hey, Julie Kim. Let me make sure I go down some of these so I don't lose them. Hi, Julie Kim. Good morning. Hey, Northeast Iowa. Yesterday they giveth, today they taketh. Maybe they needed money to hire others short. Go Railtown, yeah. And remembereth, he who saith, how does it go? He who hath plenty of peanuts and giveth his neighbor none shan't have any of my peanuts when his peanuts are gone. Hey, Tebow, Alex. Wow, Tebow. I think I don't remember seeing 35,000 all in one trade, but I saw the volume, so I might have missed the specific trade. But bravo, Tebow Baggins. Tebow Teals Baggins. That's awesome. That's awesome. That is a meaningful way to take advantage of those people. Hey, Gary. Good morning, CJ. Good morning, Marty Party. Good morning, Julius. Thank you. May everyone be blessed with a calmness and no bashers. I can't, Pizza, those other two bashers yesterday, they're banned. I banned them. JJ Jackson, arm wrestling. Well, I'll watch. Ted Williams, DJT is 1643. The shorts don't give a flying F. Gary Madrell, I'm in Canada. I can't trade it. I'm not saying trade it, by the way. I was just lectured. I think it was a lecture, but maybe it was a kind point. I don't know. It's hard to tell the tone, you know. When you see a thing here, it's hard to tell what the tone is in the message. But my understanding, I can think of off the top of my head at least 5 people who sold GTII to buy Railtown. They did it by calling into their brokerage firm. And I think that's something I would do. I tried, but Morgan Stanley told me something like, you know, the stock doesn't report, so you don't qualify to try. I don't know, such just a lie, just, you know, nightmare. All right, Ward. That's great, Ward. Chester. I put Chester in, by the way. I put Chester in yesterday. That's awesome. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Super low volume is okay. It's not always okay, but I think it's okay here. Obviously, I'd love somebody to step up and buy because that person's going to be happy in my judgment. But let's just stay in the fight. We'll stay in the fight. Hi, Amby. I knew it. The most exciting little dog. No. All right, let me start where I wanted to start. And I might not have, no, of course not. Of course not. Survey says I have to go download something. I think I have to download it. I thought I did already. Yeah, I did. I did download it. So why isn't it there? Well, it isn't there though. Oh, I see. I see what I did wrong. Okay. So I come back here and this is everything's turned around. My world is drowned. Okay, I see what I did wrong. I didn't go back far enough. Unos, dos. Okay, that's what I want to do. Now I have to go to settings. Oh, gosh. I need a wife. I need a producer. I need a life. Okay, here's what I want to show you. I don't know which one to show you. They might be both the same. Okay, here's the first one I want to show you. Call your attention to the middle. Lavender. Railtown AI will be the centerpiece of the Canadian AI ecosystem. Just y'all wait till the news hits the street. And then Patient Swings up here, one of the best two-sentence research reports ever. I'm saying ever. But that's right. Here's a research report right here, Lavender. Railtown AI will be the centerpiece of the Canadian AI ecosystem. Just y'all wait till the news hits the street. I'm going to read it a third time. Trump always says things 3 times. So did George W. Bush. Railtown AI will be the centerpiece of the Canadian AI ecosystem. Just y'all wait till the news hits the street. And then Patient Swings says, one of the best two-sentence research reports, and the other, William, I guess that's me, with the stamina and commitment to do a daily encyclopedia version, both highly effective. Well, I actually think this one here from Lavender is probably more effective than all my efforts. My main efforts are to stand in against these bastards. That's my main effort. But I appreciate Patient Swings' words. And let me see what the other one was. Oh, it's Patient Swings again. I view as positive the mixed views of the company. As expected, and I don't, by the way, but Patient Swings is a gentleman, and I guess I'm not. I think some of it is intentionally negative. I think it's intentionally designed to cause you not to buy, or when you buy fewer shares and want to get you out. They want you on your back foot. But anyway, I don't see all the different points of view. In a normal, well-meaning debate, I love all points of view. But I think these guys come in and pretend. And really why they're here is to get you to do things that are harmful to your financial situ. But anyway, so as expected, initial skeptics are warming up. Well, we'll see. This patient swings has an eternal view of goodness of people. And I like to think that too, but I think for the time being, we know that these criminals are operating in a space where it's evil. Maybe they'll see the light at some point. I've liked William and Neil's Lavender, sharing excellent due diligence, both pointing to the enormous potential for this value creation story with contrasting styles. Lavender has style and I don't. But hey, thank you for the words. So I want to take that down. And then I want to go to see, this is what confuses me. Are any of you wondering where Florence is? I'll show you where Florence is, y'all. That's where Florence is. If you drive between Lexington and Cincinnati, just before you get to the beautiful city of Cincinnati, well, both directions, but that's what you'll see on the, I think it's called the west side of that highway. You'll see that. All right, so let me, okay. What I want to talk to you about, I don't have all my books. Most of them are in storage, and I don't have the screw tape letters, and I don't want to order again. But I was reading the New York Post yesterday, and it happened to be about Kamala Harris. It was in the opinion section. And I don't know if it looks like I made the mistake of not taking a picture of the byline. But anyways, it was yesterday. It was about Kamala Harris. You can find it on the New York Post. But reading it, I thought this guy made great points, and he used Lewis Carroll's screw tape letters as, sorry, it's not Lewis Carroll, sorry. It's C.S. Lewis's screw tape letters as his touchstone in the article. And I thought, wow, everything he's saying about politics applies to what these guys are doing in this trading environment and how it affects you. So I just want to go through it. We don't have to spend a lot of time on it, but the larger part of the media's preoccupation with politics is that many, quote unquote, can't stop thinking about tomorrow instead of living in the present. For many, politics has become a false god. Like those ancient gods described in the Old Testament that could never deliver what the people claimed to want, the political, quote unquote, gods are worshipped no matter how many times they fail to keep their promises. Let's just, instead of using names we know, let's just talk about Roaring Kitty. Use that as a placeholder so we don't have to be personal. Continue to be worshipped no matter how many times their promises fail to deliver. If, as Kamala Harris claims, quote, the system is broken, much of the reason is that we have asked the government to do what it was never created to do. All right, I told you it's an opinion piece. Even as Trump, however imperfectly, is trying to fix it, too many voters still put too much faith where it doesn't belong. That's us. That's we. We put too much faith where it doesn't belong. We put too much faith where it doesn't belong. It is here that C.S. Lewis offers valuable insight. In his classic work, The Screwtape Letters, a demon in training named Wormwood is assigned by his uncle Screwtape, in other words, the devil, to distract the patient, us, from the plans of the enemy to the devil, God. And if you do a little substituting here, the demons are these just constant short sellers, constant whisperers, constant presenters of awful ideas and manipulation, and the bashers. And then they try to distract us. I don't want to say that Railtown is the plan of God, but they try to distract us from the truth. And I think we can agree, even if you don't believe in God, that God is more aligned with truth than not. Of course, if you don't believe in God, you maybe, but you get my point. They're trying to distract us from the truth or the goodness of the situation. Not that trading is a perfect good. Kamala Harris would do well to read this excerpt since she blames others, basically. Blames the system. How many times do you hear that you're going to blame the system? I think it's a pretty foolish thing to invest knowing you're going to lose, and then your recourse is to blame the system. It's just, without making any moral judgment, it's an illiquid, it's a very illiquid way to invest. You put up your money, you lose it, and you turn to attorneys or to Congress. There's no liquidity in that. That's stupid. And the other thing is it takes forever. So you miss too many opportunities. That's also stupid. It's a really bad investment strategy to invest and then blame the system when you know it's not going to work. So just don't get in those things. And here's what Lewis's Screwtape says, quote, be sure the patient remains completely fixated on politics. In other words, be sure we are completely fixated on the system. We are completely fixated, oh, the terrible shorts, the terrible SEC, the terrible this or that. It's the devil's work. And I'm not trying to be religious. I don't know what else to call it, though. Be sure that the patient remains completely fixated on, oh, it's the system. Then they go on to further quote the Screwtape Letters, quote, arguments, political gossip, and obsessing on the faults of people they have never met serves as an excellent distraction from advancing in personal virtue, character, and the things the patient can control. about themselves. Make sure to keep the patient in a constant state of angst, frustration, and general disdain towards the rest of the human race in order to avoid any kind of clarity or inner peace from further personal development. Ensure the patient continues to believe that the problem is out there in the broken system, rather than recognizing that the problem is with herself or himself all along. Let me see if I can change some of the words to make it say what I want to say. Arguments and fighting and gossip about people inside of spaces, ridiculing the messenger, making fun of people, bringing up their past, bringing up anything, and obsessing on faults that individuals have that you don't even know is an excellent distraction from having you, me, focus on we shouldn't be trading in these shitty stocks. We should find a different place to invest. We shouldn't be listening to these people. You know, over the last 10 years, any money you put in Microsoft, NVIDIA, Amazon, these were obvious things to put money in. You'd be in a completely, they distract you from that. And it distracts from building our own character, our own ability to do due diligence, our own ability to suss out a good investment and just hold it and get on about our life. Basically, it distracts us from doing the little bits, the little steps that we can do, that we can control. It leaves us in a state to go on. Make sure that all of the people listening and then the shills come on and the urgency and the space calls and the whiskey voice, the cigar voice, the New York City voice, the calm, the it's my fight, all the energy, all emotion, motion. Make sure to keep in the audience, the audience, a constant state of anxiety, frustration, and general disdain towards the rest of the market, towards frankly, better ideas. In order to avoid any kind of charity, inner peace, or calmness that comes from doing what our gut is telling us is the right way to invest. And from continued self-improvement in our trading, investing, and allocation practices. Ensure that we, the audience, continues to believe that the problem is out there. It's Gary Gensler, it's Atkins, it's Trump, it's the SEC, the system. Rather than recognizing the problem is, basically, we can fight all that, but we don't have to put our money up in a bunch of orphaned ideas. Look, if these companies could raise money on Wall Street, they would. Unfortunately, I do think the system is broken in terms of capital formation. But that's the way it is. That's the way it is. We can't pretend it's different. So anyway, William Shakespeare, of course, as you all know, stated it differently, more positively. The fault, dear Brutus, is not in our stars. It's not in the fates, but in ourselves. In ourselves. So what does it mean? It means the fate and destiny in trading does not control us. We can make our own decisions. We can make different decisions, and we can do it now. The good or bad choices we make are the result of our own actions. But it's determined by our outlook. We have to shift away from listening to this crap on space calls. I'm not talking about Junk Savvy or Busy Brands or all those guys. I'm talking about this breathless crap. Guys, I can't believe I'm as old as I am, but I am. I can't believe as I look back on my career, such as it was. But what I can't believe is I know all this. I can share it with you. I've seen all this happen before the internet. Before the internet. You got to sift it out. You just got to throw all of that away. It's not even worth looking at. What? They're giving you an idea because they care about you? They know your daughter's at school and needs money? They're worried about your mother? I mean, come on. Come on. All right, let me move on to what other nightmare information I had lined up for you. Oh, going back to what Lavender told you. Going back to what Lavender told you, and maybe I need to show that to you again, just to enter it into evidence again. I think this is it. Well, you sure have a lot of files. Your mama had a lot of files. Oh, it's not letting me do it. What's this one? Oh, this is, I can take this down. We don't have to focus on the negatives any more than we have to. Okay, so put this in again. It's still not giving me room. You sure have a lot of files. Joe had a lot of files. Joe Mama had a lot of files. All right, let's try it again. There, it let me do it. Okay, so let's just remind ourselves of this. Lavender. Railtown, he's replying to Patient Swings. Railtown AI will be the centerpiece of the Canadian AI ecosystem. Think of it. I mean, I know Canada's not as big as the United States, but it's probably as big as, I don't know, New York, Illinois, Texas, France, maybe. Well, no, it's France is bigger in people, but anyway, it's a significant economic system. Railtown AI will be the centerpiece of the Canadian AI ecosystem. Just y'all wait. All right, so let's give you some thoughts on that. This is from the Canadian website. I got to take that great dog down, that great little bulldog down. This is from the Canadian website. It's, yeah, you can do your own research. This is actually more about 2024, but it gives you the commitment that Canada has. And it's, the headline is Artificial Intelligence Ecosystem. Artificial intelligence is one of the greatest technological transformations of our age, and Canada is leading the way. AI has a significant impact on the lives and work of Canadians, offering both opportunities and challenges. This is why the government of Canada is bringing together international experts, championing smart regulation, building communities of research, encouraging homegrown talent, and supporting a diverse ecosystem of businesses to advance responsible development and use of AI. 2024 budget has proposed $2.4 billion investment in the securing of Canada's AI advantage. You don't have anybody spending this money making Energy Vault or G-Bucks or Nixie or Logic. You don't have any of this money being spent. Oh, sorry, I've already done that. Okay, so I need this one. What is AI? Understood. This is from the same website, Canadian website. What is AI? It's the federal government. Artificial intelligence refers to a computer system with the ability to complete complex tasks on its own by recognizing and replicating patterns identified in data. AI is transforming how we work and live and how services are delivered. It enables computers to do things that previously could only have been done by humans, such as generating written or visual materials or making important predictions, decisions, and recommendations. It is increasingly being used in areas like finance, human resources. I hope they don't take all the women's jobs and directorships and human resources. Anyway, and digital services. So discover the benefits of AI. AI technologies being developed and used in Canada can help improve our quality of life and grow our economy. AI-driven tools are opening up possibilities that were unthinkable a short time ago. Improving healthcare, cancer screening, home care, drug treatments, advancing precision agriculture, creating better supply chains, accelerating scientific discoveries, new AI products like autonomous vehicles, enriching language processing, translating. This continues from the Canadian website. As the capabilities and scale of deployment of AI increase, the needs for standards. So they're trying to develop standards across the Canadian economy for AI. Bill C-27, the Artificial Intelligence and Data Act. It's one of the first national AI regulatory frameworks in the world. Of course, Canada would come up with regulations. On the other hand, it helps build the marketplace. So this enables Canadian companies to demonstrate that they are developing and using generative AI systems responsibly. So it goes on to talk about creating guides and standards. Canada is funding work to develop standards throughout Canada. Researchers and companies in Canada are using AI to create incredible new innovations and jobs. Areas including drug discovery, energy efficiency, housing innovation, and so on, making Canada stronger. Through the PanCanadian Artificial Intelligence Strategy, the government of Canada is investing in efforts to drive the adoption of AI across Canada's economy and society. You don't have a single national government helping out the industry, backing a lot of these other companies. You could argue that there was funding and tax credits for Energy Vault out of California and elsewhere, but the United States isn't Canada, and I mean, it may be something. Maybe that's the technology that's going to win out. But I would argue that this storyline is cleaner. It's newer. It's a burgeoning, blossoming industry. Phase one. The first phase of the strategy, the Pan-Canadian Artificial Intelligence Strategy, was launched, 8 years ago? Since this institute for this research has been working with Canada's National Artificial Intelligence Institutes. Look at them. These are the partners of Railtown, AMII, Edmonton, Mila, Montreal, and the Vector Institute. Look at that, Waterloo, to attract, retrain, and develop top talent in Canada. Phase two started 3 years ago, continues to play a lead role in supporting AI research and talent in Canada. The strategy includes investments in the global innovation clusters and the National Artificial Intelligence Institutes to help drive AI adoption and commercialization. Phase one, I just pointing out, we've already read it, but it's AMII, one of the partners of Railtown, Mila, MILA, another one. I don't know about the Vector Institute, but if it's in Waterloo, I think that's related to Dr. Tom Core at AI Partnerships. We'll have to check that later. But look at how much money, 125 million, that's in the past, And then the budget for phase 2, which started this decade, ends next decade, is 443 million through 2021. But the whole effort goes for a decade. Helping Canadian businesses develop and use AI and promoting the adoption of made in Canada AI solutions in key industries. Ensuring AI researchers have access to advanced computing resources. There's none of this wind in the back of any of these other stories. And how does, let's not say Frank Benedetto, let's say Roaring Kitty. Well, Roaring Kitty only focuses on 1 or 2 stocks, I guess. But how do these guys have any expertise across all these different things? You got Frank brings you a plastic in the ocean company. He brings you a pharmaceutical company that has contracts in North America and Europe and supply lines in Africa. He brings you another company that has some sort of edge in batteries and energy storage. No one else is doing it. And then he brings you, there was another one you guys talk about. He got defensive about, I just can't remember the name. But what's the edge? What does he know about these industries? How can he tell? The answer is, hey, I got an audience. At least I know where I can find an audience. And if you give me some shares and some cash, I'll go bring that up and we can get a financing done. Work with my friends, the Kramers. He's friends with the Kramers. I mean, the whole thing, guys. I'm not trying to pick on anybody, but they're all in on it together. They're all in on it together. Whether they know it or not, I guess, is one way to say it. This is about standards, global partnerships on artificial intelligence, it's all about standards, which is boring, but it shows the commitment. And then look at this. The government of Canada's budget in 2024 commits or commitments to secure Canada's AI advantage by investing $2 billion to build and provide access to computing capabilities and technological infrastructure for Canada's world-leading AI researchers, startups, and scale-ups through a new AI Compute Access Fund and the Canadian AI Sovereign Compute Strategy by boosting AI startups through 200 million, this is last year, 200 million in support from Canada's regional development agencies by investing 100 million in the National Research Council Canada's Assist program to help small and medium-sized businesses scale up and increase productivity by building and deploying new AI solutions. That's Railtown. They're creating the Canadian AI Safety Institute, $50 million investment, providing other grants. As part of the budget 2024 investments to secure Canada's AI advantage, 2 new AI compute initiatives will be launched to provide Canadian researchers and AI companies with the tools needed to be competitive in a rapidly advancing global landscape. This is to help form the design and implementation of the AI Compute Access Fund and the Canadian AI Sovereign Compute Strategy. Guys, gals, why fight the wind? Why not just tack? I don't know how to sail, but tack over there and get the wind. All right, it's almost 1 o'clock. Pretty boring day. Let me see what else I have for your, I know you're saying nightmare. More? Will he ever be finished with this, you're saying? I know that's what you're saying, because you're not very charitable. You're not very charitable. To me. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Mama. Do-do-do-do-do. Do-do-do-do-do-do. Government of Canada introduces, this is March 7th, 2025, Government of Canada introduces AI Compute Access Fund to support Canadian innovators. Do you have any of this backing up G-Bucks, Nixie, etc.? Compute, what a destruction of the English language. Compute is the processing power, the chips, and the data centers behind artificial intelligence. It is the backbone of this transformative new technology. The Government of Canada is committed to supporting access to cutting-edge compute infrastructure to secure Canada's AI advantage and empower researchers and industries to thrive. Today, the Honorable François-Philippe Champagne, Minister of Innovation, Science and Industry, launched the AI Compute Access Fund. This fund will provide up to $300 million for affordable access to compute power for the medium-sized enterprises to develop made in Canada AI products and solutions. Where do you feel Corey Brandolini and Marwan Haddad and their team who developed Conductor fit in that? Where do you feel Dr. Tom Core and Michael Nobrega and John Ruffalo, who founded AI Partnerships Corp of 160 Canadian AI startups, where do you think they fit in that sentence? And what is the commitment of Canada? Is it just words or is it money as well? Who's backing up Energy Vault? Gavin Newsom? Scattered brain Gavin Newsom? This fund will provide up to, and I'm sure there's something there, but in their own deck, they say they have to leverage. They have to use leverage to get 15% annualized return. Guys, that does not excite Wall Street. That's not an exciting story. This fund will provide up to $300 million for affordable access to compute power for small and medium-sized enterprises. That's what SME stands for, so that's why I know it says small over there, to develop made in Canada AI products and solutions. The AI Compute Access Fund will allow innovators to access the compute capacity they need to enable the company to enable the compute calculations that drive AI systems. This will address barriers to AI development in sectors that require high performance computing capacity and demonstrate high potential for AI adoption, such as health, life sciences, energy, advanced manufacturing. The initiative is part of a federal investment of $2 billion. These efforts will secure Canada's AI leadership by ensuring access to cutting-edge computing infrastructure, which attracts more global AI investments to Canada, develops and attracts the best talent, and helps Canadian researchers and businesses compete and succeed on the world stage. Quotes. I'm going to skip most of that if you don't mind. We are positioning Canada at the forefront of the AI revolution. And our government knows that when we all innovate, we all win. Quick facts. The government of Canada is supporting the responsible development and adoption of AI across the Canadian economy through a suite of measures. The government of Canada is allocating $2 billion pink dollars from the budget through a series of investments in short, medium, and long-term compute needs of our world-leading innovators, businesses, and researchers. Up to $700 million to support projects from industry, academia, and private sector to build Canadian, I assume it says data centers. Yes, it does. To build Canadian AI data centers. Up to $700 million for new AI supercomputing system through the AI Sovereign Compute Infrastructure Program. This state-of-the-art Canadian-owned and located supercomputing system will support researchers and a cross-section of industry and will exponentially increase the compute power currently available in Canada. Do you have any of this support in these other stocks? Near term, $200 million to augment. Then up to $300 million will go to the AI Compute Access Fund to support the purchase of AI compute resources by small and medium enterprises. Canada has 10% of the world's top tier AI researchers, the second highest number in the world. 140,000 professionals. Canada ranks first globally for year-over-year growth of women. Oh, in AI. Patents. In 2022, Canadian AI sector attracted billions of dollars in venture capital, 8.6 billion in 22. Canada ranks third in the G7 in total funding per capita raised for AI companies, with more than 670 Canadian startups and 30 Canadian generative AI companies receiving at least a bit of money. Next article, Canada to drive billions in investments to build domestic AI compute capacity at home. The strategy we're announcing today is a major step towards securing Canada's place as a global AI leader. AI solutions making Canada a destination of choice for investment in top talent. $700 million industry, academia, and private sector. $1 billion to build a large sovereign supercomputing infrastructure. All right, I'm gonna go talk to see what you guys are saying. To be fair, I'm really not interested in being fair, but they have $9 billion in cash, earning $300 million in interest annually until they deploy something at a discount. I think it's a fun. You're crazy, crazy. You're crazy. You're crazy. You're crazy. You're crazy. Ryan, let's just explore your misguided. It is a fundamental story, but is it a good one? Let's just explore your misguided optimism, in my opinion. Okay, so GME right now is trading at $22.76 a share. It has a market cap of $10 billion. Has a profit margin of under 6%. It has 447 million shares outstanding. And it has a bigger number than I said before, but I think they recently did a deal. They have cash per share now of $14.27. That's up since the last time I looked. So slowly they are bringing the cash up to the price of the stock. But it says the book value per share is $11. So I would go with the book value because I assume they have debt. Yeah, they've got debt. They've got debt. So the book value per share is $11. So Ryan, your argument is they have $9 billion in cash. Wow, that's huge. And they're earning interest on the cash. Wow, that's huge. But you're ignoring, of course, the offsets, which are their debt and their lease obligations. But here on Yahoo, it says book value is $11 a share. I would argue it's probably lower than that if they have to get out of their leases. But let's just go with that. So book value is $11. So Ryan, you can buy a stock or a company, let's say has no debt, no obligations, and it owns $11 per share, or in this case, $14 per share, but then the obligations brings it down to book value of 11. So let's just say you have a choice, Ryan. You can buy a company at $11 per share that has $11 book value, or you can buy a company at $22.76 that has $11 per share book value. Which is a better buy? I know the answer, GME, because Ryan Cohen is running it. Are you saying he's worth, basically you're saying his brain is worth $9 billion. You're saying there's $9 billion in cash. According to Yahoo, that equates to a book value of $11. So without being too exact, the stock is trading at twice that price. So you're saying his brain is worth $9 billion. That's not a fundamental story. That's just hope, keeping everybody in there. And the only person that's improving his future is Cohen and the bankers. And if you keep waiting and waiting, it'll finally merge and you'll have an equivalent value. But the opportunity cost is gigantic. You could have been in NVIDIA this whole time. I know it's easy to pick the one that wins, but anyway, I'm not upset. I guess I'm just frustrated, and I probably should have eaten something. I'm not interested in being fair at all. I think I think the investment proposition of GME is stupid. Kentucky, Everett, Marty Party, Fidelity and E-Trade have allowed GTII sells. Schwab has not, just for anyone trying to sell it. Yep. Donna says, good afternoon. Good afternoon, Donna, and everyone. William Lewis Shotland says, now that we are confident about Railtown, it'd be great if in the future we have discussions of way to keep our money. One downturn could destroy our efforts, especially with seniors. Well, Lewis, I think the issue's broader than what I'm going to say, but just two things. One, all these guys are going to come for your money. They've already got an IPO guy coming and asking you to put money in. I think it's insanity. It's insanity. Absolute insanity. But that I've got to fight against that. I think these other opportunistic guys, they're going to go tell CEOs, hey, I've got access to this audience. Oh, that's true. They do. But they're going to come with other ideas. So one thing is to avoid that kind of thinking again and getting trapped in that kind of nightmare. The second thing is there's two risks that I see on a macro level. I think the stock market is going to collapse in the future. So we got to be ready for that. I also think the AI 2.0, AI, this is my judgment right now, but my judgment and $5 can probably buy you a tall coffee at Starbucks. I don't think there's a mania yet in AI 2.0. I think the multiples are justified by the growth that's ahead of us, but we have to look out for that too. So it's both the industry and it's the overall market. I think it's a little soon to talk about it because we've got to get through this next stage. But if the stock market does what I think it'll do, and we get to these new highs in the market, everybody's going to be saying, wow, whatever they fill in the blank. Trump is great, Putin is great, somebody is great. Um, um, and everything's different this time, all of that. That's when, Lewis, we'll want to buy, and we can probably do it with just a tiny bit of our account. We'll probably want to buy some protection, either with puts. Well, that's probably the only way to do it. You could do it with precious metals, but it'd take too much. But it gets, Lewis, it's not an easy discussion. One of the guys, and the main guy that I think has been calling it correctly, his name is David Hunter. You can look him up. He's actually calling for interest rates to go down. That's a unique call, and I think he's probably right. What's going on in China, if it's true, that's the problem. There's no news you can trust anymore. It's all woke and it's all feminized and it's all feminist and it's all simps and feminists, and and Israeli. You don't get any news that's worth anything anymore. But China assets are in collapse in China. Real estate, if the information I'm seeing is true, and that's my point, you can't find it anywhere. Where you used to be able, I used to be able to read the New York Times or the Washington Post or the Financial Times or the Wall Street Journal and say, yeah, that seems like pretty good information. I don't think any of it's any good anymore. It's all manipulated. So then you try to get information elsewhere, and the problem is, that's unreliable. But my point being that bonds and CDs might be a place to go in the short run, but then you've got the enormous government debt, municipal debt, corporate debt, pension problems, tax problems. The banks have real estate portfolio problems and others. The big thing is going to be private equity, and probably it's going to be also car loans, student loans. There's nothing safe out there. So it'd be nice as seniors to think that there's some place to be safe. But I don't think seniors, just because they're older, are going to find shelter more easily than anybody else. The number one investment, even though it's essentially doubled since I started talking about it, not quite. And it looks like it's going to accelerate. The number one place to put money, not now, is, well, depends, I guess it depends on how much money you have, is silver. It's going to be volatile, but at these prices, look, I felt better about it at $25. Now it's $40. But you got to take the lay of the land as it is. And silver could always pull back now. It's a volatile item. It's under pressure. But the safest single investment out there over, say, 5-10 years, in my judgment, is silver. But if you're measuring your wealth in dollars, that may or may not be true. Look, the Weimar Republic went through all of this before. We went through it before. And we're in a speculative phase. Now we're in the tariff phase. And we're in the I guess you can call it international arbitrage. It's a little more complicated than that in trade. And there's going to be people making fortunes. But the people who try to be safe and put their money in a CD or rely on low yielding bonds or cash in the bank are going to be wiped out on a comparable level. Ultimately, everybody's wiped out as the currency fails. But what isn't is gold and silver. But hopefully we'll be able to do something once Railtown works. So we each have at least 5%. Personally, I think it should be very high, but at least some percentage there. I also think, Louis, and I'm looking for it as I'm talking to you. I had it written down somewhere here. I've shown it to you before, but there are several high-yielding mineral companies. I can't find it. I can't find it while I'm talking. Like Dorchester and a couple of others that are giving high yields, but it's based on oil and gas royalties, mostly in the United States, and mostly of long duration. And I think putting some of those kind of assets where income will fluctuate and the value of the currency is going to swing wildly. But if the income is based off an economic product, which is valuable, oil, natural gas, whether or not a dollar today, whether $6 can buy a dozen eggs, or in the future, it takes $60 to buy a dozen eggs. In income based on oil and gas, it may take right now $3 to buy a gallon of gasoline, just to go to their derivative product. And in the future, it might cost $30 or $60 to buy a gallon of gasoline. But if you own you own an income stream on gasoline, without talking about oil, the fact that you get paid, if it goes from $3 a gallon to $30 a gallon, part of that is the destruction of the currency. Well, if you're getting paid at $30 a gallon, and your income's at that, the income automatically adjusts for the nightmare of inflation. And anyway, that's one of the places I think we will put our money. But I don't think that's right now. And I don't think Railtown has even begun to perform. That's the harsh thing, Louis. Bonds and CDs may not be safe. I will say, I agree that interest rates are going to go down. I think we're going to go into a period of deflation, maybe into depression. But then the next cycle out, we're going to have inflation that only you remember. Not most people here. I remember some of it. Here's the companies that eventually I'm going to do more research on and tell you that they're the things to buy to build income. This came to me, a very good friend of mine out of Midland, Texas, who is both an oil man and an accountant, but he also started his own company. It's how I met him, and then had sold it and is on the board of many companies, and then has started another company with his son, private, that is just going to be exceptional. Anyway, he's a man of his word, and everyone thinks highly of him. So you've got Dorchester, DMLP, you've got Blackstone, BSM, and Sabine, SBR. And they all have different edges to them, but they all give good yield. And I don't remember, Louis, how many shares. Maybe I have it here somewhere. Funny, I thought I had I must have written it on a different page when you gave me your number. Maybe I can find it here. Okay, the number I have for you, could be wrong, of course, but I have over 140,000 shares. So, Louis, if 140,000 shares of Railtown does what I expect after they announce the completion of the February 11th, 2025 agreement, memorandum of understanding for Railtown to acquire AI partnerships. If they get that done, I think the stock is quickly going to go to $5 or $6 a share. It could be $3.50. It could be 10. I don't know, but I think you have to pick a target and then be ready to adjust it. If you just invest without an idea, you're just taking a shot in the dark. But let's say that goes to $5. You're going to have $700,000. Now, if these screw tape devils get fear in your mind and get you thinking, oh, you know, you got to go over to this. Look what happened to MMTLP. Look what happened to this or that. Well, you might sell. You might sell, Lewis. So if you took 700,000, and let me just go through these stocks. I'll write it down. And let's just to say you got shaken out, you had 700,000. Let's say you're going to have to pay taxes, but let's ignore that for the moment. Let's just say maybe you pay it out of income or something over time. But that would be a mistake, creating a tax obligation you don't need to create. But if, again, the tax consequences are enormous, but let's just ignore that. So you have 700,000, we'll just write that down, at $5, and everyone's going to come after your money, try to make you scared. Hey, it's speculative, you need to be in CDs, you're a senior citizen, that kind of thing. And, you know, it's up to you, of course, always up to you what you want to do. But this DMLP, Dorchester Minerals Limited Partnerships, it pays of course it doesn't tell you. Of course it won't tell me. Here it does tell me. Okay, it pays a dividend of 11.51%. These are just three ideas. I mean, there's plenty out there. Blackstone, BSM, let me look that one up. BAM, I don't want that, BSM. It's called Blackstone Minerals LP, same similar name. The dividend is 9.52%. It fluctuates. These dividends fluctuate, but they stay relatively high. Unless, of course, we got a bull market in oil. Then these will come down. But for now, Sabine Royalty Trust, SBR, has a yield much lower, 7.64. So let me just add up those three yields. 11.51 plus 9.52 plus 7.64. SPR used to have a higher one, by the way. Divided by 3. Okay, let's say you get an average of 9.5. It says 9, but let's just call it you get an average of 9% yield. So you have 700,000, and let's say you get 9% on average yield, which seems high actually. That's $63,000. And you can expect, therefore, approximately $5,000 a month. I don't know if this is readable. 700,000 if you got out, you're shaken out at $5. And just using these 3 stocks, the average yield 9%, you'd get about $5,000 a month. And that's a pretty conservative portfolio, just those 3. But you can expand it. I'm just trying to use a measuring stick. Now, if you get shaken out, Louis, because people are telling you, oh, you're a senior citizen, you can't take risk, you can't be there. I would say, with what I know right now, I have to be ready to adjust that. And we cannot adjust it until they make announcements. But with what I am seeing, I think it's entirely, and we'll try to go through some of those numbers. I think it's entirely possible that over the next 1.5 years, 2 years, 2.5 years, Railtown goes to $50. Well, assuming all things are relatively equal, your 700,000 becomes 7 million. Your yield is the same. But if you can wait and not, now there's huge variables here. So we got to pay attention to the sentiment and the whether or not AI 2.0 is getting in a bubble. We got to pay attention to that. We got to pay attention to the overall market collapse, all of that stuff. We don't know that now. We don't even know right now the magnitude. And I think it's either good or better. I think those are our 2 choices for the February 11th announcement. We're in limbo. But as we get information, these kind of numbers will clarify, and they could be way off. But you got to have a goal, what you're trying to do. And so if you get shaken out right now, Louis, at not now, but at $5, and you're able to achieve 9% on average on your portfolio, which may not be achievable depending on where oil prices are. But for now, for now. I used to do this number, and this was closer to 10, 11%. But that 9's still all right. At that level, and you'd have to pay taxes, by the way, you'd get $50,000 a month. If you can wait and just ignore the people saying, well, on Wall Street, if you're 70 years old, you shouldn't be in an AI, you should be in an annuity. We can offer you an annuity at 3.5%. Well, these numbers get a lot smaller at 3, but I believe Railtown's headed to $50. Now, it's not without predictive risk, execution risk, all sorts of things, but we'll know it as we go. But you would have 7 million instead of 700,000 at 9%. You have 600,000 a year instead of 60,000, and you have 50,000 a month in income. Now, you may not need 50,000 in a month. So at some point, the risk reward for you becomes easier to decide. But I just don't want you to get shaken out on platitudes from Wall Street. They just want you to make decisions on these bumper sticker statements so they can manage your money. And I think there will come a time you got to have them manage your money. I mean, I'm not trying to totally destroy the Wall Street myth, but they're just human beings trying to get money under management. That's all they are. So Lewis, and then the final thing, if you get out early, and I'll try before this afternoon's out to go over some of the revenue possibilities, which we can only guess at this time. If you get out early, you have capital gains. So if you sell out because your people are telling you you're a senior citizen, you can't take risk, you've got to be out of it, and you sell at 700,000 all in one fell swoop, let's at least give you credit that you wait until it's a long-term capital gain, but you've got to pay Obamacare. So it's essentially 24%, 25%. I mean, as long as Trump's in office, if the Democrats go in, it's going to be much higher. But anyway, you get to keep, let's say, 75% of that money. So you'd only have 525,000 after paying your taxes, not 700,000. I think, Lewis, you've never heard of Railtown, and the boo birds are going to tell you that, oh, it's risky, too risky. I think the most likely buyer of Railtown, my opinion, Microsoft. They have done business, they've worked with, or the vice versa, with Corey Brandolini before. And they are enmeshed. Railtown is enmeshed in Microsoft's developer realm. So I think number one, I would think it would be Microsoft. I think number two, I don't know enough about what AMD's trying to do, but they're a partner with AMD. I think the number two would be something we don't know, like a company that runs, I don't know, a telecommunications company or a investment fund. I don't know. It's something that we don't see right now. Number three, I think I would pick NVIDIA or maybe AMD. And then number four, NVIDIA or AMD. The partners, the three partners for Railtown right now are NVIDIA, AMD, and Microsoft. It's natural buyers. Well, Lewis, what happens if your account goes, let's be really simplistic. The stock stays at $5 for a year and a half. So your account goes from 700,000 to 7 million, and Microsoft buys it at $50. to 7 million overnight, if it suddenly is Microsoft stock, is that a speculative stock? Some would say so, and it might be. But that becomes a whole different ballgame. All of a sudden, your account isn't in something that you have to explain to your friends, what the hell is Railtown? You say, I now have $7 million of Microsoft stock. And there's all sorts of risks, rewards, and potential collapse. And, and we have to deal about it then. But, Louis, what I'm trying to say is your account goes from 700 to 7 million without having to pay taxes. If you sold your account at $5, paid taxes, you have $500,000. You put it in to Microsoft, and I don't know that it would do that, because the move here is because of Railtown, not because of Microsoft. But in some magical fantasy land, if your account went from 500,000 to 5 million, you'd have to pay taxes on that if you sold. But you're starting with 500,000, not 700,000. And anyway, I can't come up with enough explanation of hypotheticals to make my point. I think there's very few scenarios I'm going to see that you're going to want to sell your Railtown. So then when we get there, how do we protect the account? It may be that we do a hedging position with just a small percentage, very small, tiny percentage of the marginability. It may be that we buy silver on margin. I don't know. Things are going to start moving quickly. It's hard to predict where things are. But I think in the next cycle, the up, the down, and then the long workout back, leadership is going to change. People's attitudes are going to change. Income's going to be more important than ever. I also think that measuring your wealth in dollars is going to be ludicrous, much like the Mark and the Reich mark was. So there's a lot ahead, Louis. And the trite, I'm not saying you're trite, I'm saying the trite messages you learn in business school and on Wall Street may not serve well in the next 3 years. But we just have to go through it. And I don't think Railtown's going to be destroyed. I think if you take your money out of Railtown and chase, my experience, I'm not picking on him because I know he's a good man, looking out for his family, looking out for you. But my experience in a 2-year, 18-month period, Frank Benedetto has brought to you at least 5 companies that he's been the IR guy for. I only remember, COSM, CNLV or CLNV or whatever it was. Now it's Energy Vault and this other one, whatever it is, MTEN. But there's another one that some of you got upset about when he came on the call. And there might be more. How have any of those performed? They've performed well for him, but how have they performed for you? And by the way, I'm not picking on him. That's Wall Street. Wall Street does things for Wall Street. They don't do it for you. Roaring Kitty, as far as I know, he's got one stock, GME. It might be AMC. How's it worked for you? Ham, I think, has given you, very much to his credit, ideas, and he's told you, here's how you trade it. Get in, boom, 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 boom. But it's hard on conference calls. It's hard on space calls and with a big audience for him to guide you and do that. But in general, how have his recommendations done? CRT, he always says Well, I'm hearing I did it, so maybe it's not really his recommendation. But CRTD, he introduced Frommer. GTII, that stock came to him. Finger motion. And I've had it here. You can blame me. What else? G-Bucks, GDC, ZJYL, QNTM. I don't know. How have they all done? If you can avoid taking that money out and putting it in the new IPO product, they're just going to take that money. There are no IPOs in small stocks anymore. There's no buildup. There's no roadshow. There's no building retail interest, circling institutional interest. It's all done by guys like the Toad. See, everybody, the terminology and what people learned in business school and learned on Wall Street, they think it's still the same. It isn't. NASDAQ doesn't mean the same thing it ever did. So I guess, Louis, I'm just saying you're already scared of losing your money in Railtown. As you put it, destroy. It could get destroyed. Yes, if the stock market collapses as much as I think it's going to do, everything's going to come down. But I think the world will still have faith in the Fed and Stephanie Kelton and the power of printing money one more time. So I think the markets will start to recover. It'll be different leadership. And the question is, will Railtown get crushed in a market correction? I think almost certainly. Everything will be. If not in a correction, in a collapse, a market collapse, everything will be. But then the second question is, well, if the revenues are so solid and it's the way that industry gets out of the ditch and the margins are high, how quickly does it recover? I would submit we don't quite know that answer yet. But if Railtown's been purchased, let's say, by Microsoft, will Microsoft collapse? Yes. But will it rebound? I would say that's one of the ones that would rebound. But we're trying to guess it too much. We don't, it's too much to process right now. The only thing we can do right now is make sure we don't get shaken out of Railtown by the devils. And we're waiting and 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 waiting for the attorneys to get their job done. But it could be for good reasons. It could be that there's, I don't know, a dozen new contracts came in over the transom. We don't know. But once we get, Louis, some clarity, we could start filling in some of the definition of what's ahead. Is NVIDIA a company that was, I don't know, worth $1 10 years ago, now worth whatever it is pre-split? Call it 1,500 a share. I don't know what I'm just making it up. Is that going to go back to $1 in a correction? I doubt it, but in a collapse, I doubt it, but it could have a long way to fall, is Constellation Software, which went from $1 13 years ago to $5,000 Canadian in a market collapse. Could that go all the way back to $1? Yeah, I think it's unlikely. But the stock market is going to fluctuate massively in the next year to 5 years. Precious metals are going to fluctuate massively. Real estate's going to fluctuate. Bonds are probably going to fluctuate extraordinarily. Our lifestyle may change because there is no leadership in the world. We're following Israel into hell, and the rest of the world is going to stop listening to us. I know, don't want to talk about it. We can't. We're no longer the power in the world. We've given up our moral standing because we follow Israel. We've given up our leadership in rule of law and keeping our word and all of that, partly because of wokeism, partly because of the press, largely because we're following the liars in Israel. And then our economic system is all fraud. It's all stealing. It's all a debt-based system that has to keep creating debt to keep going. And the people at the top, a handful of men, are siphoning off the wealth as quickly as they can so they can buy super yachts and marry the most available women in the world. But in all of that, our life is going to change. And the things we've heard from Wall Street for the last 40 or 50, 60 years are not going to apply in the next 2 or 3 years. I personally think the United States, if we get back to who we are, can be the country that pulls the world up. But it's not. We're not going to be the only country. There will be at least 3 countervailing militaries. We're not the world's most powerful military. We're not. It probably is Russia right now. Could be China, but I doubt it. That's definitional. I think if you looked at us at our global strength, we still are. But I'm talking about our ability to fight a war. I think Russia can fight a war. I'm not sure we can. On the other hand, I don't think Russia could fight a war in Mexico. So I don't know. It's all complicated. But things ahead are going to be treacherous, and I don't think we have any time to dilly-dally with all these stupid ideas. And I think Railtown is here to get our accounts whole, and then we can make some decisions. But I don't agree with you. Well, I agree with you that one downturn can destroy everything. That's if we're left in our emotional state and we don't have a plan of action. Sometimes in downturns, you're good enough to sell beforehand and then buy back. Other times, you miss that and you just have to ride it out. But the key is to understand what best you can, what's going on, and have a strategy and not panic. When others are fearful, you've got to at least be calm. You've got to at least be calm when others are panicking. And the only way I can think of doing that financially is making sure that each of us, as much as possible, has a solid account. And then we pay down maybe the debt, get rid of our expensive car and all that. But we treat ourselves as central banks. which probably means owning reserves, owning gold and silver. Maybe we're going to look at it and we want to own short-term government debt. I don't think I'd want to touch U.S. debt, but it gets complicated, Lewis. Everything's going to get shaken up. So where do you hide? What is safe? I don't think there's much that's going to be safe. I do think that following, and maybe I'll read it to you at some point, but in Germany before Hitler, the people who followed the conservative path that they were taught all along, they were wiped out. They were wiped out. Their standard of living was gone. Then the speculators lived like kings. Of course, then they lost the war and they got wiped out for the most part. A lot of the financiers and the international traders, they moved to New York, maybe to the Middle East, maybe to Switzerland. But anyway, wealthy people swim above us. Bill Michael, I'm amazed Ham has the balls to compare Finger to PLTR. He is truly delusional. I don't even, you know what? I know PLTR, Plantier, whatever it is quietly the best performing stock this year. I don't even know what the hell they do. It's another guy who's going to be one of our heroes. To me, it's just Wall Street putting all the resources to that guy. And I just haven't studied it. So I'm going to admit, I don't really even know what they do. Something to do with computing or something. But finger motion is not Planeteer. Please. Finger motion is, according to Finger Motion's last presentation that they gave at Roth Capital, Finger Motion was 4 things. One was their top-up business, telecommunications. 2 was their C2 contract. This is how I remember it being broke out, the command and control contract. 3 was their lifestyle app. And 4 was their Sapientus, their data, which then led to insurance and led to cloud computing. None of that measures up to Planeteer. None of that measures. Let me just look what Planeteer effing does. It's got technologies in the name. What does it do? Whenever I look it up, it's like this. They never just say what it is. All right, we'll go to their home office. AI-powered automation for every decision. I see. AI-powered automation for every decision. I would guess Railtown would be a customer of Planeteer. That would be, and I would also think Planeteer might be overpriced. He's got a letter to shareholders. Let's see what he said. This is Palantir's letter to shareholders, August 4, 2025. All the value in the market is going to go to chips and what we call ontology. So his letter starts with Roman numeral 1. This is still only the beginning of something much larger, and we believe even more significant. Our overall business generated $1 billion in revenue for the second quarter of the year. Finger Motion is doing 35 million annually, roughly, for the last 3 years. Planeteer is doing $1 billion a quarter in revenue, a stunning 48% increase over the same period a year before, as we reach an annual run rate of more than $4 billion. The growth rate of our business has accelerated radically after years of investment on our part and derision by some. The skeptics are admittedly fewer now, having been defanged and bent into a kind of submission. Yet we see no reason to pause, to relent here. It has been a steep and upward climb, an ascent that is the reflection of a remarkable confluence. This, by the way, Bill Michael, this is great. This is exactly what I say is the background that you're going to ride in Railtown. Is it the only company doing it? No. It has been a steep and upward climb, an ascent that is a reflection of the remarkable confluence of the arrival of language models, chips necessary to power them, and our software infrastructure. That's his. Railtown probably would be his customer, helping with that software. I don't know. I'd love to be able to speak to the company someday. Maybe Tony can ask that question the next chance he has. He's already talked to him 3 times. So their software, Planeteer software, allows organizations to tether the power of artificial intelligence to objects and relationships in the real world. And our U.S. commercial business, the emerging core of Palantir and the seed of what an entire industry will become, perhaps the world's most dominant industry in the years to come, nearly doubled in 12 months, generating $306 million in revenue last quarter, a 93% increase. For a startup, even one only 1,000th of our size, this growth rate would be striking. The talk of the town. I agree with him. For a business of our scale, however, it is without precedent or comparison. The software industry for years was judged by what many called the rule of 40, the view that the sum of the rate of growth in revenue generated by a compelling software plus its profit margin should be greater than 40%. So the sum of the rate of growth of revenue plus the profit margin should be greater than 40%. Planeteer's is now 94%. With continued execution and a focus on what matters and a near complete disinterest in what does not, we believe that Palantir will become the dominant software company of the future. And the market is now waking up to this reality. Number 2, the reason for our increasingly precipitous rise are many, but principal among them is our willingness to foster an unapologetically specific culture within this artist colony of a company, to allow for plenty of friction and disagreement across a range of domains, yet remain unwaveringly committed to a set of values and approach to building. It is this culture that gave rise to the ontology, forward developed engineers, Foundry, and Maven Smart system, all of which have already changed the course of human history. Terms and titles that we casually coined decades ago are now widespread. Some have even been adopted by companies which seek to mimic our impact and ascent. Similarly, in the United States, the most consequential country in the West, it is the culture that enables companies like ours to come into existence. Only if you have enough women on the board. And excel. It must be protected. The United States is not and should not be permitted to become a soft compromise, an amalgam of global values and tastes. A reticence or perhaps incapacity to pronounce and to prefer beyond the shallow and ritualistic shaming of others in public sphere that masquerades as thought has had costs. Can I skip all this? A fuller statement of the causes and consequences of this reticence is set forth in the Technological Republic. In short, a tolerance of everything, a shallow embrace of all views and perspectives as equally valid, often and unfortunately devolves into a belief in nothing. Hey, I think I agree with him. I think I agree with him. I have no interest in meeting in the middle with a guy like Tony, who in many cases took half your position from you if you listen to him. I have no interest. It's a belief in nothing. In The Abolition of Man, published in 1943, C.S. Lewis warned us of, quote, men without chests, those who were never permitted an opportunity to develop an interior life of sentiment and emotion, of some devotion, indeed an attachment to the inexplicable and perhaps indefensible. Quote, for every one pupil who needs to be guarded from a weak excess of sensibility, unquote, Lewis wrote, quote, there are 3 who need to be awakened from the slumber of cold vulgarity or commonness, unquote. Such men without chests promise to shepherd us forward, yet lack much substance and content, even a flicker of an animating worldview or belief structure other than their own self-preservation and advancement. They are little more than administrative caretakers who have been taught to fear belief and sentiment. Some claim to be part of a struggle, but their identity is often just oppositional. In the end, they are hollow and stand at a lonely distance from the world. Sincerely, Krupp or Karp. Now that's Planeteer. Bill, now I'm interested in the stock. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I'm interested in the stock now, Bill. Thank you very much. Railtown is 53 to 54.29, 159,000 shares traded. And that's it. Thank you, Bill. I didn't hear him make that comparison, but any comparison between Finger and Planeteer, I would think would need to be, at a minimum, re-examined. Slowtronic Rail is going to 4 or 5 by 2026. I agree with you, Slowtronic, but I don't think it's going to take anywhere near that long. I drew this yesterday. Let me color in some of it that has been destroyed by my desk. But I really believe someone like you ever, without thinking of somebody else, someone like you makes it hard to live. If I stay here long enough, I'd find a way to make believe it's all true, knowing that you lied straight-faced while I cried. Still I look to find a reason to believe. Still I look to find a reason to believe. Someone like you. All right, Slowtronic. For 6 years, the company has been an idea. It's been developing its products for 6 years. This isn't a straight line, but forgive me for drawing it that way. But you're able right now to buy the stock at 60 cents. Because on February 11th, Railtown AI announced its intention in a memorandum of understanding to purchase AI Partnerships Corp. Railtown all by itself, and I'll go through this later, a year ago, garnered a price target of $2 a share all by itself on a target market of $3 billion, a penetration of a target market of 3%. Using a 12 times multiple, they came up with this $2 target. The market is much bigger now. The multiples are much greater. That was just for Railtown. Well, as Railtown was moving up at the value creation, they stopped everything because they're buying AI partners. There's plenty of people there, but let's focus on John Ruffalo, who does this as a living, not Tony DeNiro doesn't. And John Ruffalo just said, after 160 companies, we want to link up with you guys. And I bet they're going to follow the model of Constellation Software. Anyway, I don't want to go through the whole pitch, except to tell you, just as Railtown was going up this curve, it stopped because it's in a quiet period. All of the insiders, all of the big money that knows the story can't buy because it would violate securities laws. Other big money hasn't heard the study yet because their banker is exclusively Canaccord, and Canaccord can't tell anybody because it would break securities laws. So the buying is non-existent from the big money and the big brains. During that, when the MOU came out, the computers that the shorts have say, we can bust this trade. We can bust this deal. They started selling. There's 40 million shares apparently that have been sold without a locate. Now, a lot of that could have settled up since. I don't think so, but could. But the point is the combination of selling tens of millions of shares that do not exist, that increases supply, and the demand is non-existent because they're not allowed to. That's kept the price down. I'm surprised the stock isn't a penny. Why isn't it a penny? Because it trades on the Canadian. And there are people that hear the story. There are people that know Ruffalo. There are people that know Brandolini and Haddad and Core and etc. And they are buying. But anyway, it's been stalled here for those reasons. Once the news comes out, as it goes up this value creation curve, it's not only conductor and rail tracks and lang tracks and shredder, which all by itself was enough to create a huge story. It's also AI Partnerships Corp that apparently already has the 160 companies. They're already doing 400 million in revenue. They can't talk about it because the lawyers are taking so bloody long. But it's how life is. Gives you a chance to buy. But the two come together and they announce it. What do we learn? We learn what is the pent-up demand for buying. Now, a lot of that buying will not be able to buy under $1, will not buy under $2, will not buy under $3, will not buy under $4, will not buy under $5. So it could be a stutter step on the way up. But once it gets to $5, almost every institution in the world will be able to buy it, and it could go from $5 to $15. All to be revealed. So we're going to find out what buying does to price discovery. Secondly, we may find out what lack of selling in size does of stock that they haven't located. It may not start at first. It may be later on. But right now they can sell as much as they want because the prime broker, the lending desk, the regulators, they're looking the other way. But if the stock starts moving and it's a risk issue, that may disappear. So we may see laws of supplies and demand really work rather than be bastardized. Secondly, we're going to get ideas of the game plan, of revenue, of multiples, of how quickly things are going. We're going to get ideas of whether or not they've rolled up some of these companies. We're going to get so much information we don't have right now. And we can start making projections, but more importantly, smarter people than I am anyway will be doing it. And it may leap up the valuation curve. And I guess we'd have to allow for there may be strategic financings or strategic partnerships, strategic alignments that may make the story, I would assume, even better. So we're going to learn all of those things, possibly, once the news is released. So I beg to differ with you, Slowtronic. I think the stock shouldn't be 60 cents now. It should be $6. As I call it, pre-money and IPO. Obviously, it's not an IPO. But I think it's being artificially constrained. And when it pops, I think $6 is as good a target as any. And then from there, I think the stock goes much higher. And what you don't make any allowance for, because you've never seen it, is in a real marketplace, which this will be. This will be monies all over the world, trading desks all over the world, research all over the world. This will be flows of capital. This will be big boys fighting the shorts just by its nature. I think you're going to see this number, $60 or higher, be discounted from the future to now. I'm not saying it'll go to 60 this year, but some multiple of that, let's say 30% of that, $18, might happen this year or the third quarter, the fourth quarter, because you've never seen a real market. I think you're about to see a real stock market. They will discount good news and invest in it now for that news in the future. This stock is not going to be destroyed by the criminals. And that's just how it is. It's how I see it. We're now 160,000. They have it down 3 cents. Guys, last chance to buy. You've heard that for 2 months, huh? Hey, Steve. Picked up. All right. You got more. All right. Good job, Steve. Bravo. Akira Nora. All right, Akira Nora. The hero of the day, Akira Nova. We need AI in our stoplights. I think we need AI in our sewage system at our major airports. Nobody gets upset that the entire sewer system collapses and the infrastructure of, I think it's our largest airport, world's 4th largest airport, falls out, but we keep sending money to Israel so they can keep killing Palestinians and bombing Arabs and keep us constantly at war, taxing us, spending money on their endless inability to get along with anybody. But we put up with it. So people at getting on their flights yesterday had to walk through raw sewage. I think that's where we need AI. Keep the sewage away from the passengers, keep the sewage in the sewer and the passengers ready for the flight. Justin Bavers, I wish Railtown sold t-shirts and ball caps with a company logo. I would buy some. Maybe we can do that. Maybe we can do that. I don't think that's a serious question. I'm not going to repeat it. I don't back it up. G. Diddy, I might have missed you earlier. Not intentionally, but not intentionally. All right, G. Diddy. Some messages disappeared. Good job. Awesome. My favorite today is Akira Nova. That's great. Awesome. Awesome. ADH. ADH has ADH. You've been correct about Nixie and Figure. You'll be absolutely correct about Railtown, in my opinion. You are the man. Well, I'm not doing it to be the man. I really am not doing it to be the man. I'm doing it because I want you to stick together. That's what I'm doing it for. I'm doing it because you guys deserve a fair market, a fair chance at making money. And it's not going to be about me being the man. Is this a serious? Is that your call, Chucky? I don't know who Chucky is. You think Finger's going to go to 2,000? Well, I guess everybody's worth their opinion. I think Finger will go to 2,000 if the dollar goes to, I can't do the arithmetic, but in a collapse of the value of the U.S. currency, that it might happen, but I don't see it. I do not see it. Yeah, I am actually. I would agree with that. I am trying to be for you. I would agree with that. I would agree with that. So let me see what else I had ready to go before I got off on plantateer. Plantateer here. Plantateer here. All right. One of these might be the same thing I already showed you. Let me see. Yeah, again, Lavender Neil said Railtown will be the center of the Canadian AI ecosystem. Just y'all, it's Florence, y'all. Just y'all wait till the news hits the street. And then I appreciate Patience Swing's comment about Lavender that that's one of the best two-sentence research reports he's ever seen. But he also, I guess, is stating his support for this endless live that I do. I don't know that it's something I will continue after the news releases, but I do want you not to be shaken out. I do not want you shaken out. So that's why I do it. Will I be right? I think I'll be right. But nothing, of course, is purely guaranteed. Nothing is guaranteed. All right. You could look on your own brokerage firm's website for research. I have E-Trade. So I pulled this up. This was written on 4/22/25 by Morgan Stanley. Tech Outlook. Gen AI revenue could surpass $1 trillion by 2028. I don't see ERNGV, GBucks, M10, Finger, GTII, COSM, Logic. Just put them all together. It won't even, it's just nothing like this. There's nothing like this going on. Revenue from generative AI is likely to increase more than 20-fold over the next 3 years, according to Morgan Stanley, with software and internet companies expected to see a positive return on their AI investments. In other words, when companies spend on AI software, they're expected to see a positive return. This confirms what Corey Brandolini said in 2 of his talks from a year ago that I've played for you. So companies expected to see a positive return on their AI investments as soon as this year, as the expanding functionality of Gen AI prompts broader use and triggers a new technology cycle. After an unprecedented level of investment, Gen AI could drive potential revenues of about $1.1 trillion, $1.1 trillion from Gen AI in 2028, up from $45 billion last year, according to Morgan Stanley research. I haven't seen anything like this. Quote, now that we've had Gen AI products in the marketplace for more than a year, and they've proved their efficacy, the market is going to be ready to start adopting these solutions, says Keith Weiss, who leads Morgan Stanley's U.S. software research. Quote, that's when revenue starts to flow to the software companies that are trying to automate business processes. And then in purple, by 2028, return on investment is expected to remain positive and rise to a 67% contribution margin, or $722 billion return. 67% contribution margin. Energy Vault makes 15% if they use leverage. Finger Motion is getting 6, 7, 8% or less on its top-up business. It hasn't made money. I'm not picking on them. G-Bucks, I don't know what the hell they do. GTII, it's a hope and a prayer and a promise. It might be a short squeeze, and it's all enmeshed in legal, and it should come out. I don't know. What are the other stocks? Logic is dead. It'll never be worth anything. Collective Audience is completely destroyed. Never worth anything. COSM, a company with contracts that already took the money and ran. Vocal, a company with a bunch of pictures of plump women. What else is out there? QNTM, a company that puts every buzzword in its press release. There's a new IPO you can bury your money in. I don't know, guys. I don't see any comparison to what is right in front of you that you can buy at 55 cents right now. All right, let's go on. AI becomes mainstream. Gen AI caught the general public's attention in November 22 with the release of ChatGPT, followed by the first raft of commercially targeted products in the fall of 23. At that point, there was no clarity on whether and when the technology would offer a return. However, as the product development and more robust infrastructure have led to mainstream pickup of Gen AI products, there's more visibility on the potential for revenue and profit, Weiss says. Of the 1.1 trillion revenue opportunity forecast for 2028, $400 billion would come from corporate spending on software. Let's write that down. This is Morgan Stanley, and you're not just hearing that Morgan Stanley said it, I'm showing you that Morgan Stanley says it. 400 billion by 2028 from corporate spending on software. Focused on productivity improvements from automation, from AI. Quote, we took a look at the labor and wage calculations that Gen AI can impact, Weiss says, and that's where productivity gains come. Consumer platforms, which include e-commerce, search, social media, autonomous, and wearables, could generate additional revenue of $680 billion. For 2025, Morgan Stanley Research, that's 2025, predicts potential revenue of $153 billion, with enterprise software accounting for $59 billion. So let's write down 2025 enterprise software, $59 billion. $2025. In fact, for the first time, return on investment is expected to be positive, with analysts expecting Gen AI to yield 34% contribution margins, or the equivalent of $51 billion in 2025. Margins of $51 billion in 2025. By 2028, ROI is expected to remain positive and rise to 67%, or $722 billion in bloody profits, margin anyway. This leads to the conclusion that Gen AI's return profile is not meaningfully different from the gross margins of today's software and internet solutions, said Brian Nowak, who leads U.S. internet research at Morgan Stanley. Oh, I don't want to talk about that yet. I want to take this down. Let me just, you see this chart? I'm going to erase it. This loveliness, I'm going to erase it. And let's just take 2028, which, as you know, is 2.5 years away. Morgan Stanley projection of the spending is $400 billion. And just Railtown by itself, from a year ago, Railtown AI is developing a robust tool to revolutionize software development. All right, I'm not going to read it all. So Railtown's addressable market is projected to exceed $3 billion by last year. $3 billion. I don't know if you can see it right there. $3 billion. Well, they're addressing, according to Corey Brandolini, this software spend. That's their market. That's $400 billion. So this target of $2 came from $3 billion times 3% in the United States and a multiple of 12x. And it was based on full year 27, not too far off from 2028. So their target of Railtown was $2 all on its own sum. Well, let's just use the 3%. I think it's ridiculously tiny, but let's just say they capture 3% of this market. In 2028. It gives them a lot of time to do marketing. That means revenues of $12 billion. According to Morgan Stanley, the spend on software, corporate spending on software, 2028, I just read it to you, $400 billion. If Railtown gets 3% of that, they'll have $12 billion in revenue. Let's take 10% of that number. Let's take 10% of that number. So I'm discounting it by 90%. They'll have $1.2 billion in revenue in 2028. I'm not going to discount it again. In the past, I've discounted that again. So let's use $1.2 billion in revenue. And this was written a year ago, uses 12x. I've shown you multiple times the study I paid for, not a lot, so don't go, but these are the past AI deals. The low, 13x, the high, 50x, the average, 25x. 91 deals over the last 6 years. So the average 25x. Currently, as we've seen in a number of deals I've shown you, but also in the flurry with that Windrift deal, there is a mania going on out there. There's a lot of money going into this space. And the takeover numbers, the valuation numbers, because revenue's growing so quickly and the market is so big, are 100 to 150x. 100 to 150x. The high, looking backwards, was 50x. The low, which matches with this, was 12x. Let's use 25x. It's ridiculous. It gives 30 billion in valuation. But I think I was being very conservative. 30 billion in valuation, and they use 170 million shares. There's only 140 million out, so let's use their number. 170 million shares. That, my friends, would be a buyout number that is possible. There's a lot that can happen between now and then. $175 per share. $175 per share. Now, what would 30 billion be as a percentage of Microsoft? Less than 1%. 0.75% of Microsoft. 0.75% of NVIDIA to buy Railtown for $30 billion. If you don't want to focus on that number, how should I discount 175? Take 10% of it, $17.50 a share. You don't like that number? Take a third of it. Reduce it by 2/3. $5.80. Guys, the upside here is really large, but I emphasize as I go further out, other than this first move of going from 60 cents to $6, there's a lot of unknowables and unpredictables. So let's get there. But the reason I'm taking the time to show them to you and back it up with information, Morgan Stanley, $400 billion spent by corporations to improve their software using AI. Well, let me look at the price. I see 53.52, Phil. 163. What's the last trade? I think there's a trade just now. Yeah, at 244, they did 1,000 shares at 53.52. But you're right, all the trades since $2.20 have essentially been 53 cents. All right. All right. Maybe we can change the topic a little bit. All I talk about is Railtown. All I talk about. Squeeze chasers stalling as firepower dries up. I don't know what that means. That's terrible. Gonna miss the silver move. Terrible. Anna Paulina Luna confirms burn bags found by Kash Patel contained Epstein evidence. FBI is destroying critical documents. Guys, it's all Israel, and Israel's protected. And as long as you want to protect them, our life goes down. All right. No questions, so I'm going to maybe move on to completely different topic because or should I go over that Railtown article again? Maybe I need to do that one more time. Because I don't think people remember oh, heck, I wanted to do that. Shoot. Okay. I'll do this next. Guys, whoever said I'm like Joe Biden, I think I am. I think whoever said that was right. Whoever said it probably caught the essence of me. All right, I want to go over this with you. This is, you can Google this. This is the Confessions of a Paid Stock Basher. Let's just go through it quickly. His wording, he does sound like a basher. It almost makes him sound insincere. But let's take him at his word. Confessions of a Paid Stock Basher. Today I want to come clean about something I feel badly about. I cannot undo some of the things I've done, but hopefully this message will prevent other such occurrences in the future. I am a paid basher. He doesn't give his name, does he? No. Yes, it is true. Today is my last day at this company. I'm moving on to a new job. I've realized that there are more dignifying jobs out there that can pay me equally as well. But before I go, I want to explain a few things because this just isn't right. And I don't feel good about myself unless I expose this scam. It has hurt too many people, and I don't want it on my conscience anymore. I can no longer live with a lie. I work for a company called Global Calumny Funds in Stamford, Connecticut. Basically, it's a boiler room, much like the one in the movie of the same name. The idea behind my group is to bash the price of a company's stock downward to get it low enough to where the group of investors who retained our company's services can buy the stock really cheap and perhaps even take it over altogether. There are approximately 70 people at my company divided into several groups. My group, consisting of 5 people, is responsible for IDWD. While I probably shouldn't give any names of anyone working here now, what the heck? I'm leaving, so what can they do? Sue me? I can tell you that laptop trader and Janice Shell were part of my group until he left last week, as was Nina Turtle. Others who have been part of this include early bashers like Hard Data and Investor Man. You may be interested to know that some hypesters such as Money Made and Data Tech have also been part of the scam. There are several companies engaged in the bashing business. Ours is not the only one. However, I can tell you that not every basher in here is a paid basher. Having done this for a year, I can usually tell who is a paid basher and who is merely someone having a little fun. While unpaid bashers have a different motive than someone like myself, they can be unwilling accomplices to help me achieve my ultimate goal, and they also spread rumor and confusion throughout a room, which also helps me. What is that goal? Well, I am merely a cog in a much larger machine. So my bosses never really explained the big picture. But I'd say essentially, Shadow Watch 2003 was right. There are several companies who are quite familiar with Jim Bishop and Janice Shell and who are deathly afraid of them. There are 3 types of bashers here at Global Calumny Funds: advanced, intermediate, and beginner. Advanced level basher, also known as the silver-tongued devil, would spread false or misleading information about a company. They would deal in facts, countering every long post with articles, news reports, and opinion surveys that give a repetitive impression about the company. As an intermediate investor level basher, also known as the serpent, would try to weasel their way into the confidence of the longs and create doubt using rumor or innuendo. Finally, a beginner level basher, a pitchfork they call it, would attempt to create confusion in the room by distracting other posters with satire, name calling, and pointless arguments. The idea was to make sure no serious discussion of the stock could actually take place. A pitchfork was usually a basher, but not always. Sometimes we would throw in a hypester pitchfork, such as Money Made and Laptop, and a pumper like Datatech to create, and a pumper, by the way, to create the illusion of an argument going on. What was really funny, in a perverse way, was that Datatech and I sat next to each other laughing the whole time we were make arguments. I was a serpent basher because I am known for effective bashing based on solid facts and truth. I was paid a base wage of $18 an hour for my services. I was given a $1.25 bonus for every decent quality post over 100 per day as a bonus, as well as a monthly bonus of $100 for every penny the stock dropped from the previous month. I was also paid a bonus for bashing on weekends. While this may not sound like much, I made a decent, though dishonorable paycheck, plus a nice laptop and free wireless connection. Each of us sat in a small half cubicle in a cluster with our teammates. Each group, usually 5 people, was made up of 3 beginners, 2 who would bash and 1 who would hype, 1 intermediate and 1 advanced level basher. Occasionally, for some of the hotter stocks, one of the beginners would be replaced by an intermediate, depending on how much the stock was rising. Honestly, though, somehow, I get the feeling that W.V. Hillbilly may have worked for a basher company or knows someone who does, because the fund websites he occasionally posts in nearly every are eerily similar to our employee websites. While not exact, I'd say it's about 90% the same. We do have certain rules we follow. Firstly, we have to develop a character and stay in that character in order to build a following. My character, Fog of War, was a humorous, sarcastic, obnoxious supporter of free speech and loved to portray himself as truth-telling supporters, but only when it came to bashers. Next, we had to follow certain guidelines on what we could say. We were urged to have an answer to every Long's question, but we were to frame that answer in a way that ridiculed the questioner for asking such a question. However, we were never to use profanity or vulgarity because that would cause people to ignore us. We were to make fun of people, but in a civil way. The idea was to get play. The more play we got, the more the room would be disrupted. Ignored posters get no play. One exception would be the hypesters, since they were defending the stock against our onslaught. They got a little more leeway. People would side with the hypester because they thought he was real, since he appeared to be on their side, but was actually on our side, setting us up to disrupt the room. Money Made was quite good at this and gets paid very well. I have worked on several stocks for the last few months. In addition to the Fog of War alias, I have used a few other aliases on several other boards as well. I've used so many aliases that I cannot remember the monikers or the passwords. I honestly lost track of everything. In closing, I feel absolutely terrible about this. It's just awful how I've been part of a scam designed to cheat honest, hardworking people out of their investments for the benefit of a few wealthy people who already have enough money to last a lifetime. These greedy people must be stopped. That's why I am posting this before I leave. I want to make up for some of the damage I've done. I can't live with this anymore. You can't imagine how hard it is to look myself in the mirror each morning, knowing that my job is to cheat and to lie. I have to go now. I'm too broken up to continue. I hope this confession can make up for my deeds. I would urge everyone who reads this to share it. Only by shining the light of truth can we drive these rats back into the darkness from whence they came. Believe me, they don't want publicity. Account settings. I seriously hope Railtown reaches 13 to 15 by October 15. Even if it doesn't, I still will have to sell some of my position. I need some money in October, praying for them. Well, I mean, everybody has to do what they have to do. As soon as you put pressure on yourself on timing, you start getting into the emotional stress of it all. And unfortunately, none of us are Rockefeller. That's the way it is. But I think it can get that high by October 15th. But I'm not willing to predict it. The only thing I'm willing to make as a prediction is I think there's 10x in the movement from pre-money to post-news, post-money, whatever you want to call it. The rest we'll have to find out about. I really feel like I need to eat something, but I'm not sure I have anything to eat. I can keep going. One more hour. I can do it. One more hour. One more hour. One more hour. Must keep going. Can't stop now. So looking at Jim Rickard's new monthly, he talks about Europe. Talks about AI a little bit. Relax, AI won't be taking over the world anytime soon. He talks about MAGA, which I'm not that interested in. Talks about Diamondback Energy, symbol is FANG. That's a good one. I like FANG. And Double Eagle. There's a company some of you might want to know about, Hecla Mining. It's a top silver miner in North America. After a decade of underwhelming performance, it is recently re-engineered under a new CEO. I like that one. HL is the symbol, HL. But I don't know if I can make it all the way to the end of the day. DoorDash, that's a good idea. Maybe they can send a wife. I should go over the revenue projections, but I just don't feel like it. Maybe what I'll do is let you listen to Corey for a little bit while I go get something to eat. Or I can let you listen to Tony. That'd be a nightmare. Probably.
Great. So quick introduction. My name is Corey Granolini. I'm the CEO and co-founder of Railtown AI. With me today is Marwan Haddad, CTO and co-founder of Railtown AI as well. I'm going to start with a little bit of a verbal glossary right in the beginning. Rob did such a great job giving some great descriptions about the industry and the space at large. But for this presentation, a little verbal glossary. When we refer to our machine, we're talking about our AI. When we refer to co-pilots, it's description of an AI assistant that works with our user and helps our user do a significant amount of the heavy lifting, dealing with a lot of the mundane tasks that our customer, which is a software developer, has to go through to allow that developer to accelerate his productivity. And thirdly, when you hear the term generative AI, and it's used quite generally across this industry, from our perspective, generative AI is giving a humanistic output to what you're doing. So it gives your co-pilot a humanistic response to your workflow. So just a little glossary there. I'm going to actually start with investment highlights at the very beginning here. So to give you a quick coverage on our company and who we are. We have a seasoned team here of co-founders and senior developers that have got multiple decades in building complex enterprise software and AI solutions. We also have a seasoned capital markets team between myself and our CFO that has spent decades in the capital markets industry. Also, 100% of our machine and our AI is being developed, built from the ground up here in Vancouver, BC. It's 100% owned intellectual property. We have multiple provisional patents along what we've built. And we've also been, one of the things I think was important to note that in Rob's opening presentation is, time spent on your machine and your modeling. And so we started this process about 4 years ago when we were writing our white paper, and then we started building out our machine and training it since then. So we've had over 3.5 years of training our machine to get to the point of what I think Rob talked about is an optimization level that you can actually be confident that it's giving the results back to your customers. So we've got years of building and training our machine. Obviously, we're in the software space, so this is a very large and expanding vertical market. We know there's nothing bigger out there than software. Software runs the world. Everybody needs software. It's obviously one of the most important things that gets us through our day-to-day lives. To date, we've got a very large beta testing community that's been very crucial as we built out our machine to train it. And we also have no barrier to entry. One of the things we did in early days is we made sure that our application and our AI was fully integrated with all of the best-in-class tools that developers use today to build and maintain and launch software applications. We're also a first mover in this area. We started to look at applying AI to software engineering many years ago, and it was a passion play for my team and I to get to this point where we could build something out that would help remove a lot of the mundane tasks and also the problems that come along with building and maintaining software, and applying an artificial intelligence agent to that workflow was something that was a very much part of our DNA, what we wanted to achieve. So we've been working at this for some time to get here. So when we looked at this space, we even actually had early conversations with Microsoft in the very, very beginning about, what their thought processes and how they were going to see AI coming out to their marketplace. And they were quite interested in what we were doing, so much so that they, we quickly accelerated our relationship with them as a full Microsoft partner. As you see there in the slide, we're also now a certified Microsoft partner. We've been with them since the onset in the very, very beginning. It'll be very helpful as we rolled out and developed and built our application. We've also reached just recently what's called Microsoft co-sell status, which puts Railtown in a position where other Microsoft sales reps and other Microsoft partners can now sell our application on behalf of Railtown, which is obviously very exciting for us. Gives us a great go-to-market to enterprise customers without cost on our side. And in the past year, we've also established a strong enterprise reselling partner out of Microsoft. And we're working on an MSP strategy, a managed solutions provider solution, where Railtown will be bundled in as an Azure end-to-end AI dev solution, along with one of their flagship products, as you may have heard of, called GitHub Copilot and Application Insights and Azure DevOps. So we're really excited to see how that rolls out over the next few quarters. We're also a battle-tested solution. One of the things, again, Rob brought up in the very beginning is when you're looking at AI is, what stage is it? How has it gotten through its training? Where is it today? How is it functioning? And is it actually commercial ready? So we've obviously been at it for like I said, 3, almost 4 years on building. We've actually even dog-fooded our own application with our AI, basically having our AI help us build our actual application, so that we went to market with it. We spent a lot of time battle tested. We're also excited to say 2 of our first 3 applications, or co-pilots, if you will, we've commercially launched on the Microsoft marketplace. Very specifically, as part of our rollout in partnership with Microsoft, we wanted to put our first 2 products up there for their teams to look at. And so we're excited to say we've actually pushed our first 2 products to the Microsoft marketplace. We are a SaaS solution, so obviously there's a very high SaaS value, very high SaaS solution margins as well. So easy to go to market and with very little barrier on those. As we're also a CEC listed company under the symbol RAIL, and we have just recently filed for our OTC listing. So what is Railtown? So in the very beginning, I gave you a quick little snapshot at the top. We're a generative AI co-pilot assistant to software developers with a very specific goal to help software developers improve productivity, drive down inefficiency, and improve product quality, lower costs, and accelerate engineering and team velocity. As you'll see in the slides coming up, a significant amount of time, devs' time, is spent problem solving. On average, you'll see developers write maybe 10 to 20 lines of code per day, which might take up 20% of their time, and the rest of the day is spent debugging, problem solving, and managing the overall application. Our goal at Railtown was to build a system that can pick up all of that bulk work in order for the developer to be more productive and putting his time into writing more code and deploying more of their builds. So where is the problem that Railtown's tackling? It's quite a big one. To date, and we've lived this, we've experienced ourselves over the many years we've been building software, is that about 40% of a dev's time is fixing problems. And so if you were to take that into real hard dollars, if your company is spending $1 million a quarter on software development, about 400K of that is going into dealing with the issues that arise as you're building and maintaining and running an application. And this could be everything from fixing a bug, finding a bug, searching out what the bug's doing, how it's affecting your overall application. Is it possibly causing a threat to your personal information? Is it opening up exposure to credit cards? Anything above is the application going to crash? For example, we're all using Zoom right now, and there'll be a whole team at Zoom that's working around the clock to make sure that this application is running so it doesn't crash in the middle of our streams. This has been done by manpower to date, and it's still being done by manpower, is dealing with these issues that arrive any minute of the day. I'm sure we all experienced the Rogers Communications crash a few years ago, a simple bug bringing that the Rogers network down to the ground, which not only costs a significant amount of dev time, but obviously the monetary damages to the brand and costs that have to go out for that. On the right, there was a report written not too long ago about that Stripe actually wrote, as you know, big payment capture company. They had reached out to many of their other fellow companies in the Valley, and it recognized the same issue that we all do, is you're looking at about 42% in productivity loss dealing with software that's not poorly written, but maybe just the logic behind it or something that's happened that's causing the application not to run. And so again, this is a real life experience that we've had our entire life in software development, and our goal was to build something in order to tackle this and drive that cost down. So when we look at a customer in the face, we say, if you're spending 40% of your dollars debugging, add Railtown to your workflow, to your tool sets that you're using, and watch that number drop dramatically. And we will also track that velocity through our dashboards, where you can see how your developers are now producing more builds and deploying more releases at a faster level. And with our system being able to track and pick up all of the issues, point directly to where they lie, allows the developer to do a discovery process in a much quicker fashion. So again, this big number, again, some people will say it's even higher than 40%. We've seen it around this number ourselves through experience. We've built 3 main products to tackle this right out of the get-go. And our first 2 have been commercialized. One is which is called the Root Cause Analysis Copilot, which is an early error detection system, which we find that if our AI can capture and recognize an issue before it becomes an issue to the end user, you're saving about 15x of discovery and debugging time to attack it right away, which was where the core application was built all around, and I'll explain that in a minute. The other product that we've released is what's called the Release Notes Copilot, and this is where our AI is also using natural language processing to translate what our root cause analysis copilot is finding and discovering, and translate that into descriptible English, so that when something arises, our copilot will immediately send an English description to the developing team as to what it's found, where it's found it, what it thinks it is, and how, and which way you can address that as quickly as possible. And thirdly, at the top, which is our one of our big granddaddy products that we're going to be launching in the next month into beta, which is called our Scrum Master Chat Copilot. And this is a knowledge-based solution that our machine has been learning on in order to give our developers a humanistic and knowledge-based response on a communicative level directly to the application. We're really excited about the launch of this product in the next quarter. So how do we do it? A couple of things. I think that again, Rob and the previous gentleman talked about is about data and how you get data and how important data is. Without data, AI doesn't exist, as we all know. And so I wanted to just break down very quickly, the differences between things like large language models that are trained on the internet, if you will, and what we call ours is a targeted language model. Our machines are trained on very specific data sets, and these are each individual company's own build data. So in these boxes up on the left, and these are, again, privacy and security about data is extremely important. And so we built our application from the ground up in the very beginning to deal with this specifically. So our AI, so each one of these boxes would be, you could consider these as somebody's software application. And so attaching Railtown to your tool set to build your application, our AI is immediately learning individualistically about each company's own application. So it becomes almost very personal to each company, as opposed to how this AI might react to this company's application or this company's application, because everybody's data is different. So we very specifically taught our machine how to train on everybody's individual private data that is not available to the greater world, like companies like ChatGPT and Bard and others that again are trading on what's free and available on the internet, as opposed to proprietary intellectual property data that's protected for all the reasons we know. And so that way, when customers use Railtown, its machine acts as almost an engineer within that company's team and behaves and has a very personalized touch to each company. So it's different for every single application.
Another
yeah, sorry, go ahead, Brian. Yeah, sorry, go ahead, Brian. Yeah.
Make about this before Corey is on the next slide.
Yeah. Oh, sorry.
Corey,
yeah.
Is that Bard and ChatGPT are training on public internet data, but it's static to year 2021.
Yes.
And the advantage of a platform like Railtown, where we're connected with developers' data between logs, tickets, and the deployments, we have a great platform behind the system that is an orchestration platform that takes care of data security and privacy for each company, but it also keeps the model up to date, updated as the data comes in. We're updating our model and making this data available to our customers so they can utilize that insights and info right away. And it takes a lot of effort and a big platform and architecture to make sure this is happening in real time, and orchestration is a big part of having a successful data platform.
Yeah, that's really well said, Marwan. Sorry, I should probably cover that as well. One of the things too that is about when you're building a machine to do something, you also have to create a large ingestion engine, which is something that the company is built from the ground up. Do you want to just touch on that quickly, Marwan, as well?
Yeah, so this is like year 4 for us, almost year 5. So the foundation part for us was building a large-scale data ingestion that can scale with time.
Yes.
Is able to process, ingest customer project data in real time, and be able to securely save and process that data, which helps us build the right AI co-pilot and models on top of that.
Yeah, well said, thank you. So product Copilot number 1 that was released a couple months back as we pushed it up to Microsoft's cloud. This was the very beginning of Railtown, and it's our training. And again, getting back to some of the highlights that Rob talked about is, the different forms of machine learning and AI that you use to apply to very specific applications. And we're obviously a vertical application that's very specific to software development. So in the very early days, we started out by just training our machine through reinforcement learning, supervised learning, semi-supervised learning, in order to even understand what a bug is. What is a bug, and can you call out a bug? Can it capture a bug and say, this is an issue that we've seen in the system, and what does that mean? And from that, then you train it to understand where the bug is affecting in the overall application, which pages it could possibly affect, and where in the application is this going to be an issue. Should then train the machine to understand what language it's speaking. Is it speaking Java? Is it speaking C#? Is it speaking JavaScript? What languages is it speaking? Thirdly, then train the machine to understand exactly where that originated from, which server it's sitting on, what developer produced that ticket to that build. And so once our machine got to the point that it understood holistically, in as Marwan said, in real time, what this issue is, how it originated, where it lies, what it's affecting, it immediately gave the team a deep insight into the root cause of where this issue is coming from. And if you're not an engineer, one thing to note, there's a lot of information in an issue, in a bug, in an error that starts to develop knowledge around. And so, and I'll pass on to Marwan here in a second, but the process of actually investigating to find out where an issue lies within an application is immensely time consuming. And in our past experiences with other company, we've had actually a red light in the bullpen that would go off as soon as a bug would arise, and all the developers would have to stand up and stop working. And then there would be this discovery phase that the team lead or the CTO or the VP of Engineering would start to go down the rabbit hole to quickly find out what this is. Is it catastrophic? Is it going to cause a credit card exposure? And so on and so on. And this is one of those tasks that come about that cause that 40% of non-productivity time. Marwan, if you have any thoughts around that you want to add, please.
Yeah, and what Cody is referring to, and you probably know about this, called the triage process. Yep. And with that Railtown, we use 4 or 5 different systems, and it takes us a couple of hours to investigate and get to the bottom of a problem. Using Railtown AI, this is down to few minutes. Yep. Of an alert that is pushed to Slack or Teams or whatever system the team is using, with a complete analysis of the problem, which server, what impact it is. So we completely put the power back into the dev team to fix the problem very quickly and react to any issues.
Yeah, well said. And one of the things too is that the root cause co-pilot will also point directly to the code change that it's recognized that's caused this issue. So it really eliminates a significant amount of the dev time on this investigation and testing and retesting to find out if this is the correct fix. So it was one thing to train the machine to do all of this, which took a lot of time and a lot of training and a lot of work to get to that point that we felt it was going to capture 100% of every bug that left the developer's local machine before it got pushed to the server pipeline, that we felt confident that we could launch this out to our customer base. So it was one thing that once the machine understood that what a bug was and all of the information behind it, then we needed to translate that information into English. And so we moved along to our next product, which was called the Release Notes Copilot. This does multiple functions in the overall application. Number one, as soon as our machine captures an issue, an exception in the application, our Release Notes Copilot will immediately translate that into descriptable English. So, and an information note will be pushed out to your team, whether they're sitting on Slack or any other service that they're using to work off of, and it'll describe exactly what it's found. It'll say the Release Note the RCA Copilot has found this bug. It's originating here. It's causing these issues, and it'll give a very clean description immediately to the dev team. So whoever is working on that very specific build of that application can quickly analyze from that description from the Release Note Copilot what's happened, and then it'll direct it back to the application to show you exactly which ticket it is, what server it's lying on, and what language the bug has arisen in. So really, really important from a time saving. But it also does another service. I'll let Marwan describe it, which is another big mundane task. And it also helps you rewrite and release what's called release notes to your customer base, which is a review of tickets. And Marwan, maybe you just want to give a description about that.
Absolutely. In new world, in agile development, we build the software in a continuous manner. We continue to deploy the code, the application to multiple servers. And communicating that and writing comprehensive release notes, whether it's internal for our internal communication between the team or for our users, is a repetitive task that takes a couple of hours to do per week. Using our advanced AI engine, we automatically decode what is being deployed. We look at the tickets, the logs, the machine code that we deployed, and automatically create release notes and publish them. So we make this idea of or co-lifting the effort that a dev team would have to do to deliver accurate release notes.
Great, thanks, Marwan. And so those are the first 2 commercial products that we launched up on the Microsoft Marketplace. Thirdly, as we talked about, is our next product, our granddaddy product, if you will, our knowledge-based product, which is our Scrum Master Chat Copilot. And this is a culmination of everything that's gone on before, and starting with our RCA, really our root cause analysis Copilot, which has to learn on the logic on the application, the knowledge behind the application. Why was it built? Who built it? What is the build about? What was the purpose of the build? What teams worked on the build? Everything behind each application and each build and each ticket behind it. There's knowledge in there, and our machine has been training on that and how to understand what it is in each team and how they build their applications, to the point now with the release of this product, dev teams will be able to communicate directly to the application on a humanistic level. So you can ask the application direct questions like, I'm seeing this work item surface multiple times today. Can you please describe to me where this issue is and what this issue is? And so now the machine or your AI assistant will now communicate directly back to you. You can ask it a multitude of questions.
Sorry, Corey, we're running over a little bit.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. I'll wrap it up very quickly. We've got this deck. Anybody that wants to follow up, we can follow up this in greater detail. My apologies. I didn't realize we were going so long over. Quickly, then we'll jump into the market size. How big a market is this? This is obviously a gigantic market. Software is the biggest market out there, as we know. It's only growing rapidly day to day. Currently, today, annually, about $11 billion is spent on marketing, on developer tools. Companies need tools to build software applications. It's a giant market. It's only growing day to day. What we're already recognizing is the growth of AI-assisted tools for software development. They're targeting, $300 billion in added cost to software development with AI tools. The beautiful thing about this, AI actually improves productivity. So these all become a zero cost to the company because it's elevating your productivity, which is obviously really, really important to everybody. One of the interesting reports just produced not too long ago was by GitHub CEO, which is a subset of Microsoft, as you know. They're predicting AI-assisted developer tools are going to grow the global GDP by almost $1.5 trillion by effectively adding the productivity of 15 million developer productivity time by the use of AI tools. So obviously extremely important and valuable. Finally, one of the things we've talked about in here is making money on AI, and I think Rob talked about it in the very beginning. I thought this was very topical and really important to call out right now. Just the other day, you saw that Microsoft put out a news release that they're now adding an AI co-pilot to Microsoft 365, having an AI assistant, write your formulas for Excel, help you write your Word documents. Microsoft stock went up 4% on that news alone. Obviously, the market's on. I think Rob said the train is here now. The market's moving, and there's a very perfect monetizable market that you can see directly in front of you and how Microsoft's applying that to their overall suite of Microsoft services. So thank you guys for your time. I'm sorry I went over. As we all know, there's a lot to talk about in everybody's company. Certainly really appreciate.
All right. Back to the grind. Don't get a wife, get a new puppy. I know. I think a Saint Bernard. Or a Dachshund. Or both. Maybe get both. All right, so no. Well, Nixie's up 12 cents. Finger is down 2.5 cents. G-Bucks is down 8 cents, 108. Sorry, I didn't mean anything by coughing at that point. It's just happened. And Mountain is down 14 cents at 14.10. Let's just look at Railtown. 53.5. They're trying to scare you. They're showing 10,000 for sale, 60. That's 60. $60,000 for sale at, I think, 2 different prices. Yep. 3 different prices of 60,000. They're trying to scare you that there's actually stock for sale. There isn't. The bid is 1,850. My guess is that's in front of a bigger bid. So you think there's just a tiny buyer versus all this activity of selling, and it's got to stop. The markets can't. But have you ever seen the goofball that runs the over-the-counter markets? This is the guy that runs the over-the-counter market. Do you think he has the ability to fight the shorts? He looks like he belongs in your church choir, playing the tambourine. R. Cromwell Coulson. R. Cromwell Coulson. He's not fighting for you. Uh, 53.5 by 54.5. 185,000. It's going to be a boring last 20 minutes. Let me see what you guys are saying. Revenue will ease the pain, Eddie says, of waiting. I'm sure they're charging all the companies in their announcements. It would be nice to have a forecast. You mean the announcements they've already made? There were 4, I think, about alliances or partnerships. Yeah, I think there must be revenue out of those or projected revenue, but they can't talk about it because it's a quiet period. And so we're in this limbo, and it's hard to be in the limbo. That's when the negative guys, look, they're showing you 60,000 at 54.86, 60,000 at 54.84, 60,000 at 54.75, 60,000 at 54.71, 60,000 at 54.51. They're trying to show you that there's all this stock for sale. They're trying to scare you. And this is what drives me crazy. The attorneys don't see the risk. And I guess in total, if 1 or 2 of you gets shaken out, you're not going to sue. So the attorney judges the risk pretty well. But to me, it matters. I would really like each of you to stay in it long enough, at least, to get the benefit of, I think, 10x. G. Diddy, consider yourself indemnified. As you know, silver is my largest personal holding, but it's held at offshore private vaults. Yeah. Would you sell silver to buy Railtown? I think, G. Diddy, I would do it, but I would do it with the intention, with that portion of getting back in my silver. I don't want to get into a big sales pitch on silver yet, but silver is going to become unobtainable. So you don't really, even though it feels like we have forever, you don't really want to be without silver. But here's the other caution. If you were to sell your silver and it took days, you might not be able to buy Railtown. I mean, obviously, I've been wrong. I've been saying that to myself, I was saying it in May. But in June, I've been saying it to you guys that I didn't think there'd be very much longer that Railtown will be under 30 cents, under 40 cents, under 50 cents, under 60 cents, under 70 cents. Well, June went by, July's gone by, and now we're going to be into the second week of August, it looks like, pretty soon. But if you sold silver and you didn't get the money, let's say by Monday, you might be buying Railtown at $1.50. And then I wonder, I would still think it's worth doing if you can say get it at $1.50. But it's a tough call. Here's how I see silver trading. I think silver's going to go from here to over $100 as soon as it breaks out from 52. Could that be when silver drives JP Morgan or Merrill Lynch or another bank into trouble and the stock could squeeze, the metal could squeeze? Yeah. But I also think silver is probably going to sell off when the markets crash. And to me, it's not going to come back below 50, back, or not by much. Others say it'll go back below 30. I don't think so. I don't know. Could you borrow against that silver? That's what I would do. I would borrow against it. Not a lot, enough to increase your position in Railtown. But you want a bottom line answer. If you can do it quickly enough, if you can sell your silver and they can release the wire same day or next day, early payout, I would do it. Because Railtown, I think, is going to give you 10x. And then you could just go back and round up your silver position. I mean, just sell a little bit of Railtown, or Railtown may be in a position where you just borrow a little against it. I don't want people using a lot of margin, so I don't really want to encourage that right now. But if Railtown got up to, I don't know, $20, would it be worth borrowing 10% against it to buy silver? As long as you kept the silver in a in a reputable place where you weren't going to lose it. Yeah, I think it could be. So I guess G Diddy, if it were me, which it's not obviously, I would sell it and buy Railtown. But you've got to know that Railtown, as soon as tomorrow morning, could be trading at $1.50 or $2. And if your silver is going to take 4 days to come back, I don't think Railtown is going to do any pulling back. I could be wrong, but if let's say, I'm just make it up. Let's say the attorneys finally finish their work at noon tomorrow, New York time. The stock, the stock could go to, I don't know. The stock could go to 125 as soon as the news is announced. And then maybe, who's selling? Are the shorts going to sell into that? They might. But there's going to be a period of time where it's going to require some of the pent-up demand from wealthier investors, bigger investors, to get the stock over $5 But at $5, I don't think the stock ever pulls back below 5. I'm giving broad statements. Obviously, anything can happen in half an hour or in 2 days or something. But I think it'll possibly stair step up to 5, 6. But you don't know what happens at 5 or 6. Because if you have a bunch of, look, we don't know everything. We don't know everything. And that's the frustration that they haven't made their release. But as we know things, for example, I'll just throw out a hypothetical. What if Conductor is receiving such acceptance rates that inside of the Microsoft developer network that they're a member of, let's say that the adoption rates are really high and they can start projecting revenue. I'm just talking about Conductor, and an analyst gets a hold of that and says, oh my gosh, this is the rate that it's being accepted, and Microsoft's universe of developers is this big and it's growing like that, and the revenue could be that much. I mean, you could get institutional buying at places like Morgan Stanley or Goldman Sachs or State Street that could drive Railtown to $15 very quickly. So it's odd, G. Diddy. You could see, I personally think that when Railtown makes this announcement, the jump is going to be rapid. But you could see it take 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 weeks as it stutters upward, because the first buying could be sated, and then maybe the criminals try to sell it off, but maybe the baton doesn't get passed over to institutional buying at $1.50. Maybe it needs to get to $2 or $2.50 before the first smaller institutions buy. I just don't know. We don't know all the mandates. But I think $5, the Merrill Lynch rule, maybe $7, maybe $10. You'll be past all of the restrictions on buying, and you could see the stock run. But G. Diddy, a lot of it is about the visibility of revenue and et cetera. In terms of silver, it's so similar. The story is so similar. If silver goes above $52, they'll try to suppress it. But if it breaks above that and the bid gets above there, I think it doubles. I think it goes to $1, $1.05, $1.20. Well, actually 100, 105, 120 an ounce. And the risk with silver is that it really catches fire. The West has been successful of suppressing the desirability of silver. Even really smart investors say, I'm reluctant because it's too small a market. I see it just opposite. It's so small, all you would need is I don't know, Taylor Swift to get mad at her boyfriend and put all of her cash in silver, and the next thing you know, it's $300 an ounce. They both, Railtown and silver, could have enormous moves very quickly. But if I had to time silver, I think it goes to 100, 120, and then it if I had to pick with silver, it's going to take at least till January or February to have that move. And then it'll pull back in a correction next year. And that'll be the time to load up on silver. I think you've already had a very nice move in silver, and it's worth making the swap out to Railtown now. I would do it because I would love to own a much larger position. I don't own a lot. I'd love to own as large a position in Railtown as I can. I think the move from $60 to $6, you know, I'm almost comfortable saying a move from $1 to $10. I don't think, I can't see anything that stops it. An asteroid, maybe a nuclear war, but I just don't see it stopping. So I think you've got 10 or 15x ahead of you in Railtown. And the only thing holding it back is we don't have the news. It's the restrictive period. My thesis is for a rapid move up. That could be wrong. It could take some stair steps over a few weeks or even a month or two. But I think once it gets past the so-called Merrill Lynch rule at $5 or the institutional rule that varies, it can be lower than $5, but it can be as high as $10 threshold. I think Railtown becomes a mainstay of AI portfolios. That's my opinion. There's some, you know, there's some assumptions there and there's some risk to that call, but that's my call. So yes, I would love to have that, to be able to make that trade for myself. I'd sell my silver and buy Railtown. But the problem is I don't have any silver, and I don't have any more money to invest either. So for me, it's a moot point. In your situation, you'd have to think, I don't want to sell so much silver that I'm pissed off that if it goes to 50, while I'm doing this, I might have to pay higher. But I would take the risk. I think it's very realistic, by the way, G. Diddy, unless we go to war, that the banks are going to get silver back under control at some point. Too many people are talking about silver right now. I think they're going to try to suppress it again. So I'd say it's almost 50-50 that it goes from here. Even though there's a lot of headlines, oh, it's breaking out, it's breaking out. You know, I'd say it's 50-50. They take it back to 30 before it goes to 50 or close to 30. I don't know, it's a tough call, but I would do it. Is that a long ass answer that doesn't give an answer? It doesn't really give an answer. Clay, good for you, Clay. Wow. That is excellent. That's very good, Clay. I'm writing that down. That's excellent work. That's more productive work you've done, in my judgment, than probably anything you've done all year, is building that position. Of course, it depends on how you view work, but that's fantastic. That's fantastic. Bravo. Bill Michael. Might be a fun game to apply the names of our bashers with the names on the confession. That'd be pretty cool. But do you get, Bill, what they're doing? They come in here, they try to be friends. They attack. And people here actually go in and they're, oh, hi, how are you? Can you be reasonable? I don't have any desire to be reasonable with the devil. To show you my conviction, I sold CVX and XOM. That's how you think, Clay. That's how you think. I agree with you 100%. I agree with you 100% on that. I agree with you 100% on that. I just saw, I don't know if it was here. Where was it? I love both of those companies, by the way. But that is exactly how to do it, in my opinion. I think the two, Clay, and I think you're going to have time. Unless we go to war, I actually think oil and gas are going to be under pressure unless we get a cold winter, which we could. I think oil and gas prices are going to be under pressure into the correction. Now, that doesn't mean the big companies aren't making tremendous progress in cash flows and getting out from under debt, and they've sold some of their non-core positions. Chevron, I believe, is coming back into the Permian, but I love Exxon and Chevron both. But what happens when, I'll give you a number, I think oil could go to $35 a barrel. But I think that'll be the last time you'll see that in broad stroke again. You know, there'll be some choppiness, but over the next 5, 10, 15, 20 years, maybe the rest of our lives, it won't be back there. And so the place, you've seen it in the miners, you've seen it in the mining companies, but in the oil and gas companies, where the money, once Wall Street decides to go into oil and gas again with size, it'll first go to Exxon and Chevron and a few others. And then it goes down to the next level, down to the next level, down to the next level. But I think you'll have time to reestablish those positions. And had I owned Exxon or Chevron, I would be doing that right now myself. So I commend you as well. They're close to their highs. Well, that probably means they're going to go higher. Let me look at the high on Chevron. $153. Now, it's not, it is, you're right. The high is 167, but that's not breaking out right now. Let me see Exxon. Yeah, I knew it. Yeah, same thing. They don't seem to be breaking out. So I think you're trying to play the wave. I think you did the right thing. I think that's great. I really do. ADB, let's see. Let me write it down. Wow. Wow. Good for you. I love it. Now, it could be that they organize something with ZJYL and it goes up. I still think you did the right thing. I really do. We'll find out. But I really think the decision is the correct one. The result, none of us know the results, but the decision is the correct one. And I think it's fantastic that you did it. I did the same thing that you did. So, you know, I don't have your shares, but whatever. I'm not not trying to compete with anybody. I want you guys to make money. I want you guys to make money. Clay, I'm going to try to remember that on Chevron. I just somewhere, one of my services or something, I saw a tremendous update on Chevron. I'm going to a conference, I think, shortly, and I'll be able to update people. But you got time there. You got time. I think it's great that you guys did that. The other thing on the market, even though I'm calling for the market to do this blow off top, it's kind of a little overdue for a pullback. Is this funny? Well, I'll go to dinner with you. Maybe I can go wherever you are. But I noticed my search engine, I no longer know how to find that woman from Romania and Spain, but I wouldn't mind trying to raise some money for medical and health and food for the 2 million people that are experiencing famine in apparently a Western country. 2 million people are experiencing famine without a place to go to the bathroom, without a place to sleep, without a place to get proper medicine or attention, to have a clean glass of water. 2 million people. I like to help them somehow, but I don't want to. I really just want to get us through this period to when Railtown. We need to get the news. If there's things that are surprises in the news, we've got to allow for that, pick our timeline. If there's positive surprises, our job might be easier. We don't know. We'll find out. We'll find out. Yeah, those are the two best oil and gas companies, Exxon and Chevron. Let me see. Of course, I gotta always sign in. I never get it right. I always say, please remember me. And oh no, maybe it will. It did. That was easy. Uh-oh. According to, and this is the kind of thing to look out for, according to David Morgan, the car market collapse could be the first domino in a U.S. depression. And this is what it doesn't make sense. Why would the market go up if this is coming? Well, markets aren't always right in the very near term, but it's also the Fed. The Fed, Trump might be right about it. The Fed is late. Unbelievable. I didn't realize that. I knew it was big. I didn't know it was this big. I've been following it. The dealer lots for automobiles are packed, CarMax and others. $847 billion worth of unsold vehicles. 800, oh my God. That's a freeze of, that's a lot of money that just stopped moving. 847 billion. It's enough money. It's more than our military budget. It's enough to rebuild the infrastructure or provide universal college education. Instead, that amount of money is locked up in depreciating steel and plastic, and it's accruing interest and dragging the retail auto sector into insolvency. Dealerships are now on life support. It's a national reckoning. That could be our depression. I think China's having problems with automobiles, but also with population. I think China's population is, I think it's 400 million people. Gulp. I can't prove it. I can't prove my sources are right, but that's a shock. But the real estate market in China is just in free fall, apparently. That can come here. It's all a confidence game. One of my measuring sticks is what women want to do. Around here, women want to buy houses, but I think that's slowing down. If women ever decide, hey, we got to sell our house, whew, boy. In the United States, women drive most financial decisions. The next domino is commercial real estate. He says here, as of the middle of this year, we face a commercial property overhang of epic proportions. vacancy rates of 25 to 30% in the big cities that you can imagine. Remote work is the new normal, which I actually think is good for the planet, but that's what it is. 1.5 trillion in commercial real estate loans are set to expire by the end of this year. And refinancing interest rates. That's why Trump is demanding, he understands commercial real estate. That's why. He sees what's coming. I got it. And then the next thing that could be difficult, this is why I think there's going to be a bust up, maybe next year, maybe the following year. But the market, and I guess I'll have to, these two books on the Weimar Republic, maybe I'll have to find 2 or 3 pages to read to you so you can see it. The market can still go to massive highs before. Of course, I'm not telling you to buy into the market. The reason I point that out is if the market does go up, I'm going to want to buy puts. That's what I'm going to want to do. The residential housing market is showing signs of stress as well. Sales have stalled. Housing is unaffordable. The global economy is cracking. Europe, the continent, is mired in stagflation. Germany, once the engine of the EU, has fallen into industrial decline. China, fantasy has turned into sobering reality. The property bubble. 25% of China's GDP once is unwinding with brutal efficiency. Evergrande and Country Garden were just the beginning. Consumer confidence is low. Youth unemployment is at record highs. And local governments are drowning. Or as Jesse Coulter would say, drowning. They're drowning in, I'm not making fun, it's just a regional thing, in hidden debt. Beijing's efforts to centralize control and suppress dissent have come at the cost of market efficiency. Well, it's the same here. South America, no better off. Africa has fallen prey to debt, dysfunction, and dependency. So what's happening? A global synchronization of decline. Yeah. What's the common thread? Over-leveraged governments, a lot of debt, weak consumer demand, rising authoritarianism, particularly from highly educated people out of Northeast. It's a cycle we've seen before. But this time the reset may be bigger, broader, and faster. Wow, look at for John Croissant, platinum leads in 2025. John Croissant was correct. Platinum's up 50%, gold up 26%. Of course, silver's up 25%. Damn it. I'm very happy for you, but I'm pissed off for me. This month's report may feel like a mosaic of chaos. Auto markets imploding, commercial real estate teetering, housing stagnating, and global economies wobbling. But these aren't disconnected. They're signals of a larger systemic unraveling that's been underway for years. I agree with that. The cracks in the global economy, once brushed aside as temporary or cyclical, are widening into fault lines. Your fault. No, into fault lines. And yet, there's opportunity. Cycles matter, and I agree with that. Cycles matter. We're exiting a cycle of excess built on debt, delusion, and digital distractions, and entering a cycle grounded in tangible value, resource security, and monetary realism. I agree with that. He says, lean into reality. That means holding physical metals, quality miners, cash reserves, and not chasing hype. Do not chase hype. The era ahead will favor the informed over the impulsive, the grounded over the glamorous, and the resilient over the reactive. It's a good job that he did. It's a very good job he did. Very good job. Very good job. Hopefully our little gold company works out before the crash. Some of us have a lot of, I don't think gold miners will suffer in the crash other than as a sell-off for margin calls, but I think they'll do just fine. That deal, we're still waiting on the money. So it's frustrating. And I've been thinking, right now I'm just focused on Railtown, but maybe it'll come a time that some of you wanted to add money to it. Maybe there's still some people that do, I don't know. But if this money doesn't come quickly, I don't know. I just haven't thought about it. But I don't think it's going to be, I don't know what you mean by works out before the crash. I think, as I've said many times, sometime before September, before January, maybe before middle of next year, the markets are going to go to all-time highs, and then it's over. The crash comes after that. I think it could be in 2026. That's when Martin Armstrong's computer is on alert. I don't know what part of the year, but it could get moved out. It could be 27 or 28. Just don't know. But I don't think as you put it, our little gold company, which actually could be gigantic, but for now it's little. As you put it, will it work out? I mean, if the money comes in, which I expect it will, I'd say it's 9 months before anything close to works out can be described. I mean, they may put the stock trading. I would advise them against it because the criminals will destroy it, but nobody listens to me. Everybody thinks the market works. Doesn't work. But I would say it'd be 9 months. And then if there's a buyout, it would probably take 6 months or so of due diligence. And then the closing. So I don't see that necessarily as beating if the market goes up and then crashes. However, I think the leadership coming out of that crash is going to be the miners, oil and gas, infrastructure. The whole makeup of the market is going to be different. And in that, I think we'll do just fine. I think it'll be, I mean, there's obviously it's speculative at this point, but funded and weighing the gold, producing gold, I think we're going to be, I don't know if you call it a hedge, but I think the value of that investment would go in the opposite direction of everything else. Up, in other words, it'll be going up. I think it's a good contra trend type thing, but I'll try to get more information on timing. Giuseppe accumulating there it is. I didn't see the article. I have to find the article. Lars Lutaru. He'll probably talk at the conference I go to. All right, it's 7:24. I may end very soon no, it's 4:28. Sorry. Let's just see if there's any aftermarket prices. Not really. Everything's down. Mountain is down 26 cents. Aftermarket 13.83. Chevron's down 9 cents. G-Bucks aftermarket is flat, but it was down 7 cents to close. Nixie was up 11 cents on the day to 184. Finger was down 2 cents at 152. I guess that's it. All the rest of the names are big oil companies. Railtown closed down 2 cents, 2.2 cents at 54, 52.5, 55.65. And the volume, 197,000 shares. So I think with that, it's 4:30. I'm going to sign off and wish everybody well, wish everybody peace. I pray for all the people in China that are suffering from flooding. We got to pray for the people that died in that Air India crash. Pray for the people starving. They're not starving. They're in the middle of famine in Gaza Strip, and the other people being attacked in the Middle East. And pray that it doesn't break out to war. And I hope that the trip, Wiskoff, is that his name, that he's flying to Moscow? I hope that means that Donald Trump is doing something with Vladimir Putin to assure peace in the world. And with that, I wish each of you peace, and we'll talk tomorrow.